Evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody is doing well. For those who follow on Restream, on YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my show real TikToks under APCS895. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody is doing great. Tonight, we'll be talking about Shapeshifter Skinwalkers. How's everybody doing tonight? Just finished sharing to the groups that I normally share to. Decided to do a early live tonight, brothers and sisters. To those that are going to tune in, and I want to talk about the Shapeshifter Skinwalker activity that's here in Central Texas. It's pretty hot and heavy. Ever since I've lived in Central Texas, it's been hot and heavy with Shapeshifter Skinwalkers. No difference than where I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley. You know, a lot of native land where the Shapeshifter Skinwalkers still roam till this day. Uh, I know it's hot and heavy here in Central Texas, in which they do manifest, uh, whether it's at the lakes, at the creeks, at the nature tour walks, even within the city. I've seen them. Seen them manifest even within the city because they're in spirit form and they're all around us. You know, and I have plenty of pictures and evidence to show you of their manifestations. I have some stories here I would like to share with whoever's going to tune in. Uh, Cousin Jesse, you know, I'm waiting for him to jump on, see if he's going to jump on or not. If not, I'll continue to do the live by myself. But I guess what I can do is find a picture of a shapeshifter skinwalker, and I'm going to place it here right now. And I'll use a picture as my co-host. So that's what I'm going to do. So how's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. I've had numerous battles with the shifters, skinwalkers. There he is. Whether he was in the military when I was in the military, and ever since I left the military, I've had a lot of encounters in Central Texas with shapeshifter skinwalkers. They're amongst us. Just uh, people see the when they're in shadow figure form. Uh, Sometimes they show their manifestation of how they look. The the natives live here in Central Texas. We're called the Tacoans. But let me let cousin Jesse say hi to whoever's here. We only got two viewers right now. Cousin Jesse.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Hope y'all's afternoon been going well. Um, like I said, welcome into Monday.
Tonight is Shapeshifter Skinwalker, cousin. That's what I'm doing.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
wear. I didn't wear no shirt with no design, but I got my protection on me. My natural minerals that protect me spiritually when I go doing my investigations. I hadn't worn them in a long time. Today I did a good workout, so I said, you know what? Let me put on my minerals so I can feel the energy, and go hard on this because I know sometimes when we do our lives, we catch activity and stuff like that. Josh Brooks, if you're here, I seen a comment that you had said a long time ago, man. That I seen you asked. I think that I took a screenshot off of it. I didn't know you had sent a comment to me through messenger. A message I think it was like about a year ago or 2 years ago. Let me get it real quick, and I'm gonna respond to that. You send this October 14th, 2024, uh, and you say, "Well, this is Josh Holbrook. Is it the same Josh we talked to, or is it a different name?" Anyways, I'm gonna respond to this. A guy named Josh Holbrook sent me a message. He says, "Hey Abe, when you said that you send the witchcraft back to them, how do you do that? And what do you think will happen to them?" Uh, I don't have to do nothing of sending anything back. It's just an automatic, Josh Holbrook. It's an automatic when you don't accept any form of negativity. You don't accept the negativity or the witchcraft that they're sending your way. So it's got to go back to the sender automatic. So it's nothing that I'm doing out of my state. The only thing I'm doing is not accepting it. So the Jesus Christ is my protector and my avenger. So he takes care of the rest. And whatever happens to them, it goes by what their intent is or what they're trying to do. Uh, so I don't have to do nothing because Jesus Christ handles my enemies. Would you like to add to that, cousin Jesse?
Yeah, there's a Spanish saying that goes just like that. Que Dios te dé lo doble que tú me desees. And that means may God give you the double of what you want me to have. But yeah, man, I don't know, cousin. I saw something earlier that kind of upset me, but I'm not even gonna bring it up. Let's just say that I think it's funny. But anyway, moving on. Yeah,
Yeah, you're talking about the people that posted a picture of me and stuff like that.
yeah.
I'm not worried about that, man. Everything. I seen that. I just leave it up to God. You know, uh, if we ever cross paths, I already told you what's going to happen. So I
I
don't.
was just laughing that I
Don't share.
caught.
I didn't even want to talk about it. We're gonna continue on with the show.
Anyway, yeah, man, you don't really have to do nothing to send anything back. You just don't don't accept the negativity, and it should just go right back to the sender.
And then when things happen to them, it's one thing when somebody's trying to do bad towards you. No, I mean I got my protection on here tonight. You know, of course, the Heavenly Father first, but when you don't accept any kind of form of witchcraft or necromancy, it will go back to the sender. Doesn't matter how many they are, it will go. If it's 10, 11, 20 people trying to wish bad towards you, well, it's going to go that many times fold back to them. So if it's 20 people times seven, that's 140 times full back to every single one of them that are involved, that are trying to wish something bad towards you. But I don't have to do nothing. I just leave it up to the Heavenly Father. I don't fight magic with magic. There's some people that do that. I don't do that. I let Jesus Christ handle it. So long I maintain my heavenly love foundation, that's all I need to do. Maintain my heavenly love foundation. The heavenly love foundation, not this woke crap, that they go like this. This woke crap. No, a heavenly love foundation. There's a difference. A lot of their woke crap has to do with sin and abominations. It's dealing with maintaining my heavenly love foundation, my relationship with Jesus Christ.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Amen to that. Amen to that. Yeah, I guess everybody's still over there with the wolf man. So
That's okay.
let's
We're gonna
move.
continue our show, cousin. That's why I did it
It is.
early. I know. So I'm just making sure it's working. Okay, we got it's working there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, brothers and sisters. I've been looking to some messages, and I seen that message. It's like I don't have to do nothing. That's the thing. I'm so much of a good guy that I tell my enemies, even though I know who they are, because the Heavenly Father lets me know who my enemies are ahead of time. I tell them, I warn them. That's how good of a person I am. Don't do it. Don't try to do nothing because it's going to go back to you. And I'm not. They're probably like, he's just trying to scare us. No, I know how the spirit works, man. It's spiritual warfare. I know how spiritual warfare works. And there's been many people that come up against me in a negative way, and they're not here no more. It has nothing to do with me. He's dealing with what they try to do to me, and it's how the Heavenly Father handles them. Nothing dealing with me. So what happens? People start coming at me harder because they think, "Oh, we're going to find a way to take this guy down." You can try as many times as you want to. So I'm gonna tell my Heavenly Love Foundation, you're gonna fail time and time again. But the number one thing, someone plays Jesus Christ first, you can't do nothing to me. I'm telling you right now. I, and listen to me. I'm not trying to bait you in. Don't do it. That's all I can say. You don't believe me? Don't do it because it will go back to you seven times fold. I get tired of how many people have come up against me spiritually, and they're not here anymore because their life on earth has finished. I just know how the spiritual balance works, how the warfare is in that. It's not a good thing for the people that are doing evil. Just put it that way. Especially they come up against a person of faith, a holy man, uh, a person that believes in Jesus Christ. It's not good for them. So, but this has been all my life. I've been fighting spiritually since I was a kid. Just like I've been fighting spiritually. Cousin Jesse, he went through a different route because of what is being shown. They were trying to corrupt him, I believe, corrupt his vessel.
Very
But
corrupt.
he's finding, he found his way. He awakened spiritually, and that's why I have him here because I can talk about spiritual battles that I went through that I overcame, and he can talk about the other side of the things that how it was there, but who he is now, and that's why I got cousin Jesse here.
Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, I took the long way around, cousin. I took the long way around, but I'm finally close up to where you are. But yeah, no, man. I was telling my aunt last night, man, about that vision I had that I
Yeah,
wound up.
tell them to come on up. I'll send a link for them. Her and Thea Rudy. They want to jump on the
Well,
show
I
because
don't even know.
I know they know a lot of things from that town, man.
Yeah, well,
They're
they've
all,
been there forever, man.
yeah, they know what's up there.
But I was telling her about that time I got taken in the spirit and wound up in hell watching souls be tortured, and she was like freaking out, man. I go, I know. I told her I wasn't scared. I just I bind and rebuked in the name of Jesus, and the next thing you know, I was back in my body. She was tripping out. I'm more than believe that what happened to cousin Bell, it was something that
Generational curse,
yeah,
dealing with the bloodline.
yes.
That's exactly what happened. And you know what's sad about that when it comes down to generational curses? What's sad about that? It's your loved ones that you love that they're dabbling in the dark arts. They're the one that's doing that. That's what's the sad part of it. They want to buy more themselves more time. They know they're wicked, uh, and instead of bringing the wrong to their immediate children, they're sending down the bloodline to the next of kin, to the next generation, or to generation or another generation from there on, in which it becomes a generational curse. You know, and it's sad, man, because it happened in my family. You know, and it's happened in many people's families where people were dabbling in the dark arts and they bought some time or whatever, right? And to send the wrong, the evil, or the demons that they make the transactions with, they send it to the down from generation to generation. That's why we have to bring awareness to our children, to the next of kin, so they can also prepare and be ready to fight spiritually against this unseen forces.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Oneida when you sent me the text that you were gonna go in it live because I was talking to Oneida Pruneda and I was telling her we do this show to awaken people up so they can see that these things are out there because these people they don't believe that these things are out there and we're trying to show them that they're out there. She's like, well, I just believe in God. I go, well, you can't believe in God without believing in the enemy because they coexist.
There's more of just to be aware of the enemy because you don't want to give them power of belief. It's just to be aware spiritually. You know, you got to know what you're fighting spiritually in order to fight it, right?
Exactly.
You got to
Yeah,
know. You got to know the spiritual aspect of things in order to be able to fight it spiritually. According to Jesus Christ, there's some people that say that they go to church every day, they believe in Jesus Christ, and they're saved. That's what they say, that they're saved, uh, which that's good, you know, because they're believing in Jesus Christ. But at the same time, I know the Heavenly Father will want you to do some good works because it goes by the works that we do, also, right? If if He wants you to do the works like what we do here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, is try to awaken all my brothers and sisters in Christ to so they can awaken no matter what they're going through, what path that they're in, is to awaken spiritually, to awaken so they can know their self spiritual worth. So if you're in a congregation church and you just know the median people and everybody's saying they're saved, they're saved, they're saved, right? But the Heavenly Father, uh, His children are all the people, right? All the people, not just the people out of that congregation. It's all the people, even the people that are living in sin, the people that might be on the wrong path. Those are His people, and somebody's got to awaken them spiritually. So if you're just caught up in a church, in the congregation, and that's all you know, how are you doing God's works within the congregation? Yeah, you can worship, which is a good, but the works of awakening your brothers and sisters is a must. And we all have to awaken, do the works to help out all the brothers and sisters.
Yep. So yeah, man, ran around all day. Went to buy flowers to because I didn't go by my dad's grave yesterday or my grandfather's. But I went today. I put flowers on my dad's grave and flowers on my grandfather's grave. Man, they didn't have any.
So I got this hat on here. I put on this one today.
Yeah, that's a nice hat, man.
says native pride on the side there. Uh, the reason I got this hat on here, cousin, is because I had a nickname my grandmother had given me when I was a kid. He said, "Your name's gonna be Aguila," and then he said, "Your son, the son you're gonna have, his name is gonna be Aguila too, which means eagle."
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's where I have this hat. People don't understand that we're native also. They don't understand that we're native, but it's just I can remember what tribe it is, but the how I got raised is the old fashioned way. There was no doctors. It was herbs, uh, eggs, but the herbs is what cured us.
Spider webs.
Everything was natural. Sage or grandmothers was like
Yerba
medicine
buena.
medicine
Yerba
women.
buena.
Uh, so when people want to say that I don't know nothing about that, the only thing I can say is you're wrongly mistaken because that's how I I grew up.
We don't have a card saying we're native, but we're native.
I think I look more native than corn on the cob.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I think he is truly bonded big time, man. Him and the people that are affiliated with him are literally bonded. They don't know the left from the right. They don't know the Heavenly Father like they say they do. They're really corrupted. They're really being spiritually bonded. I want them to awaken, but those individuals, they ain't gonna change their ways for nobody. So I just leave it up to God. You got deranged, wicked Dana Ortega talking crap. You got an abomination in their camp, uh, gayer guy, always trying to put his 2 cents. Uh, in which, if I were to ever cross paths with him, I think if I were to, excuse my French here, bitch slap him, he'd start crying. I'm more than sure he would.
Yeah. One of them called me a cat, man, and it's funny being called a cat by Peter Pan.
Oh man.
They made me laugh, man. I don't worry about anything they got to say about me because I know it's not true, man. They're just fishing.
Uh, to me, it's like it's a game that they're playing. I think there's more people affiliated with these people. They're just playing a game. Hey, let's do this, let's do that.
Bring
Let's
it back,
make
cousin.
fun of where they see us and all this stuff. But it's part of a game. I already know more or less what's up, but I'll just leave it up to God. You know, uh, I don't dwell on that. Uh, I'm just gonna leave it up to the Heavenly Father. He'll take care of my enemies like He's always done.
¿Ese es? ¿Es el programa, güey? ¿Es un programa? ¿Está mi primo? Oh. ¿De qué están hablando ahora? Nomás en general, todavía no llegan. Tenemos como 3 o 4 personas nomás. Okay. Al rato que lleguen los otros sitios se llenan. Vamos ahorita. Vale, pues.
See, we got six people here. I don't see no comments. Uh, I can keep on talking about a lot of things. But I'm just going to keep it here to the topic of shapeshifter skinwalkers that we're talking about tonight. Um, I've been in Central Texas since I was 19 years old. Let me see, 20, 20, 21 years old. I think 20 or 21 when I was 20 and turned 21 when I arrived here in Central Texas when I was stationed in Fort Hood, Texas, and I would see a lot of activity on Fort Hood itself because I used to live in the billets. A lot of activity around the billets, and of course on the ranges where we trained. Uh, yeah, a lot of activity uh, on base. But when you're in the military and you just focus on the military doing your job, um, you got to accomplish a mission. Whatever mission they tell you got to do, you got to be ready to go and train and stuff like that. There's cousin Jesse back right there. There you go.
Audio only is off. Everyone can see and hear you.
Yeah,
Can
we
you
can
hear
hear
me,
you.
Kevin? Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys.
yeah. I just hitting you for a little bit till you come back.
Thank you very much.
But yeah, I would see a lot of activity on Fort Hood when I was in the military, and I've always had the spiritual gift of seeing. So I was witnessing things that other soldiers wasn't seeing, especially when we go train out in the field. A lot of unclean spirits. You should train all day in the field in the woods, and then I would train at nighttime in the woods also. Sometimes we'll train like 18 hours a day doing different missions, and I was encountering all kinds of things out there during the training, uh, things of the spirit. You know, the dark shadow figures that I was always running into out there on the ranges of Fort Hood. Uh, then I didn't know that it was that bad in Central Texas when I bought a home. I bought a home, and I was seeing dark shadow figures there, and I was seeing the shapeshifter skinwalkers coming out of the woods that live behind my home. This house I had seen it get built from the ground up, and I would see that activity of the shapeshifters, skinwalkers, and stuff like that. Um, a lot of activity at that house that I had to move to Elms Grove Estates, in which it was even worse there than where I used to live. And that's like, man, it's like, but that's what happens when you're spiritually aware of your surroundings. I mean, should try to say something in the comments, cousin. See if you pop up. I put a comment, but I
I'm gonna
haven't
have to
seen no
use. I'm gonna
any
have to use my other phone. Let me use my other phone, man.
already. Anybody in the chat?
It says we have five. There's my. I just posted. It says we have five in the chat.
Okay, so there's people there. So I don't know, but let me continue. So yeah, I witnessed a lot of activity on Fort Hood in Central Texas. Then I even moved further out, but I still live within Central Texas. And there's a lot of activity in Central Texas dealing with shapeshifter, skinwalker, shadow figures, which there's is different manifestations they can use to take, and they're very tall. There's dark shadow figures that I've witnessed when I used to live in Elms Grove, and of course I run into them even here where I live in Temple. I believe in Salado, Texas, was one of the oldest native Well, it is the oldest native burial ground around the world. The oldest was found in Salado, Texas. So that's part of Central Texas. So you can only imagine how much activity there is around here.
Yeah, I remember one time, man, when I lived in Raymondville back in 2018, we got a call from the sheriff that Mary's cows got out, and it was like 2 in the morning, man. We were out there in the dark chasing the cows, and they told me to stay here at the entrance, open the gates, and when they come by, shoo them inside. I was standing there by myself in the dark because there's no light, there's no post, light post or nothing out there, man. It's just the acres of land that she got 9 acres, and I was standing there, man, and I could see these dark shadow figures moving back and forth, going down into the acres that she had. And then all of a sudden, man, I seen a dang jackrabbit come out of nowhere, and that little sucker disrespected me, man. He walked up to me, looked me up and down, and then just walked off pretty much like wasn't. he he gave me his back, man, and instead of running away, he just walked off como si nada, man.
A grandfather, man, he used to see the dark shadow figures out there, and he would tell me, at nighttime, do not go to these areas over here. He would tell me, there's a lot of activity. There's some bulto negros out there. They're very evil, and you say, do not go out there. Our grandfather, he worked in the agriculture, so he would work sometimes 18 hours a day, especially when it was irrigation
Mm-hmm.
season.
Mm-hmm.
So he would always carry a rifle with him because of the wild animals that are out there. But he would see the shapeshifter skinwalkers and the dark shadow figures out there also. So he would tell me, he would warn me. He would tell me this. I would tell me, Primo, when I go, so my time is almost here. He said, I don't want you to doing the things that I was doing because it's not good for your health. Which was smoking and drinking. And then he would tell me, at the same time, if you're still here in this area, don't go out there beyond those rivers or those canals that are out there because it's especially don't go there at nighttime because there's a lot of dark shadow figures that come out there, very evil.
And there is, man, because my daughter and her ex husband used to go fishing off of those bridges that are over there where the canals go under, and they would park on the bridge, and then you could hear some stuff moving around in the tall weeds and whatnot, man. And it's pitch black out there. There's no light except what you carry with you. So yeah, there's dark shadow figures that hang out there, man, past those canals, man. Seen that
Yeah,
myself.
he always carried the shotgun with him too, man. A grandfather loaded shotgun. He always kept it loaded in his house also, because he would say that they will follow him to his house. The dark shadow figures, they'll come and try to mess with him. You like try to drag him out the window and stuff like that. Because he was out there in their territory cultivating the fields. So the dark shadow figures or possible shapeshifter skinwalkers will come to his house. He said there was numerous times that they will come and bang on his walls and well, you know how that room felt, cousin, where he slept.
Yeah,
What
that
would you feel in that room? Where
there
my
was a lot of
grandfather's room.
there was a lot of dark energy in that room, man. Dark, negative energy, man. As soon as you walked into the laundry room, your hair would stand up, and then when you walked into his room, you could feel it pressing down on you, man. It was just a bad, bad vibe. But yeah, the back in there, man, they had a machete inside the ceiling of the room that he used to cut somebody's arm off in a pool game. You still have dry blood on it and whatnot.
A machete?
Uh-huh. He used it to cut somebody's arm off for cheating on pool. Grandpa didn't play, man. That's where we got it from. But
People
yeah,
don't
man.
people don't understand, man. He's not. There's many people like that. I think the older generation is a lot different than the generation that's nowadays. Generation nowadays is too soft.
The older generations, primo, it was all about respect, man. You have to have respeto or not. If you went around like the people from this generation, somebody in the neighborhood will educate you, whether you liked it or not.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm. Telling you, man, most of the stuff I did is because most of my friends, man, I was like 14 years old. Most of my friends were like 25 or 30 years old, man. They taught me how to act. You couldn't be around, running around and acting all stupid like that, man. You have to have some kind of sense. Hey, man, why is it that nowadays there's a lot of kidnappings and abductions, but when we were teenagers, man, there wasn't a lot of that stuff, man, because we already knew how to take care of ourselves back then, man. We were like walking around saying, "I wish someone would." We stayed out late, primo. We stayed out late, man. Here in Fort Worth, we would stay out late, man. We would be coming home 3 or 4 in the morning, man, and we were walking. So you know, we knew what we were. We were street smart at an early age, man. Is what I'm trying to say. Nowadays, man, one of these little chavalos from this era, man, they get kidnapped like that because they don't pay attention to their surroundings, man. Wow, she stayed. But yeah, man, like I said, nowadays these kids are soft, dude. I make fun of my nephew, man. I touched him, he went, ow. I go, why don't you just say what you really want to say? What's that? My kitty hurts. And that's as a G rated as I could make it, Primo. That's not what I told him, but
So
that
what do you
was
think about those guys like Gayer? What do you think about that kind of person, man? That
hello, Jackie Hall. Well, my thoughts on that dude right there, man. He's just tough. He can't behind the keyboard, man. Because if he were to meet one of us in person, he would use his fairy dust to fly away, man.
but we already know what will happen to him.
Yes, yes. Because hey, man, I'm serious about myself, dude, and I don't take any kind of disrespect lightly, man. And since we grew up from the old ways, man, we what was the saying? You talk shit, you get hit.
Exactly.
Plain
How you
and
doing,
simple, man.
Jackie Hall?
Plain and simple, man. Like I said, man, anything they say about me or stuff they draw on my face, man, it makes me laugh, dude. It don't even make me mad because I know that if we were in a face to face situation, they would walk away with that corn tucked between their butt cheeks, man. Just plain and simple, man. I don't let the stuff like that get to me. I just
No,
laugh.
but I'm saying, what do you really think about that? To me, that dude's confused. I mean, what I see, he's confused. He's been corrupted, I guess.
Dude,
He's
he
spiritually
he
haunted, right?
he is
Because he's going against God, right?
he's he is like a gay rooster, cousin. A straight rooster goes cock a doodle doo. That fool right there goes any cockle doo.
No, I'm just saying that he's got a lot of issues, don't he?
He's got issues, man. He's got issues. Probably somebody touched him when he was a child, man. And that's why he is the way he is, man. But in the eyes of God, man, he's an abomination.
I wonder the person that victimized him was his own father.
Uh, Might have been corn on the cob himself.
No, no, it looks like he was targeted by a family member. Like if you look at his face, man, it looked like he went through a lot of crap. Literally, like things were done to him that
He had no control over.
he had no control over it because he was a kid, and he had to learn how to be submissive forcefully because he was too weak to be a kid. I believe something happened to him since I was a kid. He wasn't born any kind of gender, or I mean not gender, any kind of what do you call it? What's the proper word I'm trying to look for? No,
You
yeah,
know,
I believe something happened to him as a kid. Probably his dad, most likely his dad,
or one
and
of his boys.
you could tell, you could see the hate in his face. I just wish that he would open up to tell the people, to make a difference, to tell the people what really happened to him, instead
To
of
tell
accepting
everybody, to
the
tell
wrong that
everybody
was the wrong
what
that
his,
was done to him.
what his major malfunction is.
Yeah, say the truth about what really happened to you, man. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you was already a victim of the abuse. Uh, how come
What's
you
up,
don't?
brother? Dripping in.
If you was already the victim of the abuse, you should at least talk about it, right? Instead of saying it's okay what happened to him. No, it's not okay. Nobody deserves to be attacked in that kind of way. Nobody.
Nobody needs to have that anal rape thing happen, man. That's not natural.
And to him, it's probably natural because it was done to him. Only God knows how many times. Most likely by either by his father or
One of his
a
brothers.
relative or somebody within the family. Right? Something happened to him. I mean, you look at him, you could tell, man. Is and it's just by looking at his face, you could tell he's been through hell, man. I mean, I wonder how many times he had to put his face on the pillow and bite the pillow because something was happening to him.
Hey, look, cousin, there's a question from Jackie Hall. She says, "Do you feel there's a difference between skinwalkers and Wendigo, or are they the same thing, just called different names and different? What is the difference?"
They're all of the same. The thing with the skinwalkers is dealing with shape shifting. Is dealing because they did the dark arts, the witchcraft and necromancy, and then the Wendigo is no difference. It's because they ate human flesh like in a form of sacrifice, in which they're still worshiping. It's like demons, So they're just the same thing. It's just a different manifestation, but it comes from the same origin
Yep, 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 yep.
of the demonic realm or the what they learned from demons. It's kind of like being cursed by them doing the cannibalism. Then they're allowed to shapeshift into to the Wendigo, but that's no difference than a Skinwalker shapeshifter because they can manifest also. But there were hides and all that. There were like some kind of hide, uh, and they're the same because most of them are native. Have you ever heard of a white Wendigo or a well, we've heard of Hispanic Wendigos, but they're called something else. They're called Naguals, I believe, or
Nawales. They're called
Naguals.
Nawales.
Uh, and because there's native in their blood also. Uh, but yeah, it's still the same thing. They can manifest to look like somebody you might know. That's where the
Hmm.
trickery part is. My suggestion to you is pay attention to the eyes because the eyes will let you know if the eyes are looking at you and you see a yellow glare in there looking at you. Guess what? That's a shapeshifter skinwalker,
That's not your
possible
family
Wendigo.
member. Not
The
your
eyes
family
will let you
member.
know, and they'll be looking at you a certain way. The eyes will let you know. Look at the eyes. You're welcome, Sister Jackie Hall. Yeah, but
We're out there.
you look at the guy, man. You could tell he's been through a lot. Like something really bad happened to the guy. You know, I kind of feel sorry for him. You know, I mean, why are you gonna accept to be somebody that you ain't? You know, if somebody forced himself on you and you accepted the rape or accepted the molestation, why would
Accepted
you
the
wanna? Why would you want to be what somebody made you? Because you wasn't like that.
accepted that
This
corn on the cob.
Chris Gayer, you wasn't like that, man. If somebody made you that way, how come you keep that secretive and you don't talk about it? That's a bigger question. How come you don't talk about what happened to you, man?
Well, cousin, that goes back to that joke we used to tell back in the day. You know, remember that joke? If me, you, and so went camping and we all raped you, would you say something or keep it to yourself? Well, if you say something, you're a snitch. But if you keep it to yourself, it means you like it. I hear somebody
So,
walking in your house.
instead of speaking the truth of what really happened to him, he wants to get my pictures and throw them out of context to make it seem like make me look like different, you know, instead of showing who I truly am. I just want him to say his story. You know, you got an open invite here to spiritual encrypted encounters and tell us the story of what happened to you, man. Because I know
And,
something happened to you.
and you know, something happened to him because he was saying that you and I are incestuous.
Yeah,
That's what he
something
said.
happened. Well, I believe his father, his uncle, somebody down in his family did something to him, and that's why he has a lot of hatred in him, and he thinks that everybody else, to him, to him it's normal to be the way he is because it was done to him, right? So to him, he thinks the way he is normal, and I'm here to tell you, no, it's not okay to the way you are. It's not normal. You need to awaken spiritually and find out who you truly are.
You
You're
need to
not a
stomp,
huggable succubus.
you need to
You're
stomp
not
your feet
a
and say, you
female. You're a male.
need to stop your feet and say, I am a boy.
Well, I'm here enlightening you with the truth, man. You're a guy named Chris Gayer, Geyer, whatever the hell your name is. Something happened to you. I'm going to give you the opportunity to let us know what happened to you here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounter, since you like to change people's pictures and put stuff on the pictures. I know something happened to you.
No Vaseline, bro.
No, no. When you come over here, there's no baby oil allowed, no Vaseline allowed, no products in that form.
No
Uh,
KY jelly.
I'm just saying something happened to this guy. Let me see if I can find a picture of him, man.
No Crisco. No kind of Pam or olive oil spray. Nothing like that, man.
I'm gonna put his face just by his face, and you tell me if there's something wrong with this guy. Just by looking at his face, I don't have to add nothing to it. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna place his face on here and see if there's any change. I'm more sure he has a lot of negative attachments on him because of what happened to him. So, what do you think about the fella? Besides what I'm saying, cousin Jesse.
Dude, I don't know him to really talk bad about him, but the way that his picture looks, it looks like something happened to him when he was a kid. What's going on, Yusuf Missile? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Something must have happened to him to be like that, man. So whoever did that to him, oh man, y'all did. Y'all did great disservice to that
How
young
you
man.
doing, yo, Mizzle? Check it out. I'm gonna place a picture of this guy so you can see, and I'm gonna leave it for about 3 minutes, not 2 or 3 minutes, because I believe he's got negative attachments on him. But here we go. I'm gonna place a picture so you can see what we're talking about. Even though he comes at spiritual encrypted encounters in a negative way, I'm just trying to get you to say your story, to say your piece, to speak your truth. You don't have to be living in a lie amongst us. Speak the truth of what really happened to you, man. Sorry to hear that, Yizamizzle. So here we go. Let me share a picture of this guy. Well, I got to find him first. There you go. Let's put a picture of him. We don't have to add nothing to it. There you
Look
go.
at look at the shame in those eyes, man.
There you go. There's a picture of the guy. You could tell that the guy has been through a lot, man. And not gonna just by looking at him, he's whatever happened to him as a kid.
He's a Baltinian.
Uh, what I'm sensing just by looking at the picture, it happened when he was a kid. What do you call it? I ain't gonna say child abuse, but yeah, it's child abuse, but it's worse than that. Child molestation. It happened to him all his life. Just by the picture itself, man, you could tell. Look at his eyes. I don't know how many times he cried, man, when he was a kid and he was being freaking abused by whoever did this to him. This is the same guy that says he's a wizard now, cousin Jesse.
Yeah, he said he's a wizard. All right.
He say he's a wizard. Yeah, he's something truly bad, really bad happened to him. That's why he's like he's sour all the time. Look at that face, man. Only a face
A face a
a mother
mother would
would
love.
love. Was that cousin?
I said that's a face only a mother would love.
Yeah, yeah. If you really look at the picture, brothers and sisters, there's he's been through hell, and the hell that went through happened a long time ago when he was a kid. So he became submissive at a very young age, and that's why he is the way he is now. And when he makes fun of people, he's always talking about people's
He's always
sex
talking about
stuff like
gay
that,
stuff. He's always talking
gay
about
stuff.
gay stuff.
Yeah, it's because what was done to him. So there you go. I'm just sharing the picture with you. Just I don't have to add nothing to the picture, just so y'all can see that this guy has some serious mental issues, man. He needs to bring those people that did him harm to justice.
Yep, yep.
It's never too late.
What's up with his eyes, man? It looks like somebody punched him in the eyes. His eyes are half closed.
Oh my God! Look,
Somebody
yeah.
chocolate. Somebody panda beared him, man, when he was when he was young.
Well, that's what happens when you're used to having your face on the bed or on the pillow. That's what happened to him. Imagine,
Poor
man, if it
guy.
happened to him every night when he was growing up, a kid. He's all fucked up in the head, ain't he?
Yep.
Let me take him out. He's really. messed up in the head big
Hey
time.
man, I got a picture of him right here too. Look.
Oh man.
Oh, they posted some stuff, Missile. Apparently, Abe likes corn in his mouth. Apparently, I'm a cat, and Abe and I have an incestuous relationship. Um, so yeah, man, that's what happened, man. We laughing about it, man, because me and my cousin, no, we ain't never had that type of relationship. Uh, I know
Well,
he could
you,
do better than me anyway.
I'm sharing this picture, man. I don't have to add nothing to show you how, excuse my French, how fucked up he is. I mean, the picture is like a million words, and it shows it. I mean, you don't have to be. You can see that he's been through a lot. You know, I wonder how many miles he's been through, cousin.
He probably got more miles than my 25-year-old truck. Yeah, Miss. So you can see we're not talking bad about him. We're just saying something happened to him.
That's all I'm saying. That's why I showed this picture. I've been knowing just by looking at the picture and the things that come out of his mouth is that's letting me know something happened to this guy since I was a kid. And to be him, which he was a victim in all actuality, right? You
You,
got physical abuse and you got mental abuse. So he got fucked. He's messed up both ways, physically and mentally.
yeah, no, Miss. So that's all you can do is laugh about stuff like that, especially when you know it's not true. I mean, we're still waiting for the proof. We've been waiting for proof for a couple of for as long as I've been here, almost 2 years. We've been waiting for proof that's coming.
I'm just saying that he was a victim and he was mentally and physically scarred.
Yeah, man. And I'm not blonde, primo.
Mentally and physically scarred. Right? He was mentally and physically scarred.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if we block a missile because they just make another account and wind up back in here anyway. We've been blocking them as long as I've been here. I've been blocking them for almost 2 years now, and they still find their way in here to take pictures of the live while it's on live, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that I know something happened to him. I'm being honest. I know something happened this way. He thinks that way. You know, basically, whoever did this to him made him this way. He's not because he's not because he was that way. It's because they made him that way.
Yeah, it was Dana Ortega that made him that way. Just
What is
kidding.
the word? Somebody made him. Somebody made him his bitch,
Yep, yep.
basically. But if he was a kid, then it's child molestation. But he got physically and mentally abused. That it's okay to him now with the way society is basically saying it's okay what happened to you. So now it went from Christopher the boy to Christopher the fairy because it's okay now in society to like boys, but it's a difference when somebody forces you, and I believe he was forced.
Somebody told him your mouth says no, 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 but your eyes are saying yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, it's like that's why you got the parents, right? The parents are there to say, "Hey, that's not okay. Don't be doing that." Try to guide you the right direction. But if his parents, right, his father or whoever raised him was doing him dirty, right, then he's a victim. He's a victim. He's been a victim. But I could understand how if they happen for many years, how that hasn't fucked up right now in the head, and that's why he's the way he is. He's messed up in here. He messed up mentally and physically. Exactly, he is a mizzle. There you go. So let's go on with the Skinwalker. I just wanted to address this guy because he's been saying things about me, about cousin Jesse. We're just here trying to help you, man. If you're listening with a fake profile, and we're speaking in truth here because it's hitting you right here, hitting you in the heart because we're speaking in truth. We know
It's
something
hitting
happened.
you. It's hitting you in the heart, and not the one that you're sitting on.
Just saying. So all these other people that supposedly are your friends is they're telling you it's okay to be that way. So what they're agreeing with is it's okay from what happened to you. If they're telling you it's okay to be the way you are, then they're agreeing with everything that happened to you, which is you were a kid. They're saying it's okay what your dad or your uncle, whatever happened to you. It's okay to be the way you are, even though you didn't want to be that way, but you were forced to be that way.
All serious, on all serious, man. Not playing anymore with you, man. It wasn't your fault. You did nothing. It wasn't your fault. Okay, I'm being as serious as I can with you. It wasn't your fault. What was done to you? It wasn't your fault. So just rest easy, knowing that you did nothing, and whoever did what they did to you, then
You can
they.
do something about it now. That's all
Mm.
I'm saying. You can do something about it now. You done left them being free for too long. You can do something about it now. It's not your fault, man. What happened to you? You're the victim, right?
Yep, yep, yep.
Like you wanted it to happen. It's not like you were looking for it. I mean, you might be looking for things now, but it's because that affected you. It messed you up in the head, and now you're a certain way because somebody made you that way, not because that's who you are.
Yeah,
That's
you're
right.
correct. You're correct, Mister.
That's why you're a mizzle. And I'm just addressing this guy because I know he's got issues, man. I mean, I've met people like this before, where the something has bad has happened to them, physical abuse, mental abuse, and they're not all up there, man, because
I'll be honest, man.
they were victimized.
I'll be honest, man. My dad, he was very abusive physically, man, and I'll tell you with this. I'll tell you everything, cause in the day that he didn't beat me, is I thought he didn't love me anymore, man, cause he would beat me every day. So yeah, I've been through it, man. I've been through it, man.
See, yeah, I've been through it too. Like I'm talking about physical abuse, getting hit,
Yeah,
beat up.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But he, in his case, it's something different, man. Well, it is physical because he got manhandled or whatever.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's a physical thing. Physical, in which it left scars physically, and then mentally. I think there was this guy that he reminds me of Gayer, man. His name was, we call him Big Bird. I can't remember his first name, but he was real tall. And something had happened to him, man, because he was real tall and he would act gay as hell, man. Because I believe something happened to the guy.
Yep.
So something happened to him, and he felt that what happened to him, that means that that's normal to him. So he was trying to get other people to be like him, and that's not the way it works.
Yeah, Lermy, it's like I always say, Lermy, it's what we go through that makes us who we are now. I mean, you remember when they caught Vincent in the bleachers up there at the theater with another guy? They
Who?
gave
Oh
him they gave him that nickname AIDS. What went through what do you think happened to him for him to be out there doing that in a movie theater, man? Of all places. Ah, cuz I can't believe we've already been on for an hour, man.
yeah. And I know we're going a little bit off the Shapeshifter Skinwalker, but we're just addressing the issue, man. We know
Get some
that you
help.
have some issues.
Get some help, buddy.
I suggest get some psychiatric, what do you call it?
Psychiatric treatment.
Psychiatric treatment, man. Go get some help.
You know they're gonna give you a
Most
little.
priests, I would say, I will tell you to say 100 Hail Marys, but you wasn't the one that at fault. It was the people that did you the harm at fault.
Yep, they're gonna
So I'm
take
not
you in there and show you a little doll and tell you, hey, tell me where he touched you, and then you gotta point to it on the doll.
yeah. If you look at his face, man, he's been through a lot. Just look at his. Let's show the picture one more time.
Man, that scares me, man.
I feel sorry for the guy, man. I mean, honestly, let's show her one more time.
Wow, we're not trying to be cruel with you, man. I know I'm joking and whatnot, but we're hoping you get the help you need, man.
He's got a lot of negative attachments on him, man. Succubus, incubus, you name it.
You need some cucumbers on them eyes, man, to get rid of all that swelling. You need to sleep. You probably don't sleep because you don't trust being asleep. Somebody might jump on you.
I hope you don't live with your the people that did you harm still.
Even though you talk bad about me, man, I'm gonna tell you this. I hope the Lord blesses you, man, and He gives you the comfort of and strength to get get past what happened to you, man. Lord bless you.
There we go. Share one more time, and let's go on with the show. I forgive you, man.
I
I
forgive you
forgive
as well.
you for making fun of me and my cousin Jesse. I forgive people daily. I just feel sorry for you. That's all.
And I just want you to know that we're not mad at you. We just thought it was funny because none of it was true. Hello, beyond the box. I'm ready for that shoulder rub.
You're beyond the box in the house.
Yeah, I never knew that. Learning the pictures got on there. Yeah, it's Goku. Didn't know that. I'm barely looking at that.
Yeah, he's really got a lot of problems, man. I
Let's
gotta.
go beyond the box.
I remember when I was going to basic training. They told us we had 2 weeks of Christmas leave, so we took a break from basic training in the semi. I came back. to the Rio Grande Valley. Right, I was there for 2 weeks, and then I had to drive back to basic. So I was going in a bus, and I was in the bus, and there was this kid. There was the only seat that was available was beside him. He was real skinny, and I sat down. I sat down beside him, and he was uh, he was crying, you know. And I was trying to figure out what was the matter with him. Can you see me, cousin?
I can see you perfectly, man. I see you and me on the screen. Yes, indeed. Be on the box. Would you do it for a Scooby snack? Are you having issues,
Yeah,
Primo?
something just yeah. Wait up. Something happened right now. But
It's that, but it's that magic that dude's doing.
there we go. I took care of it. Uh, so he was crying. And he said he was real hungry. You know, he was a young kid, probably like around 15, 16 years old. And he was, when I looked at him, he was just crying. He was real skinny. And I started talking to him. I said, "What's the matter?" You know, and he said he was real hungry. He was coming from Mexico, and he said that he was real hungry, and that he was going to the states to go live with a family member, right, an aunt or an uncle. So he started telling me the story, you know, in which when he's telling me the story, he had a lot of pain in his hands, you know, and I was telling him why does his hands hurt, and when he showed me his hands, he had nothing but scars on both of his hands, cuts on his hands, and he was coming from all those wars from Mexico. The Salda was it Salda
Sandanito.
the
The
Salda
Sandanito.
the Salvadoreños or whatever when they were fighting over there. He said that they made him fight since he was a little kid, like 14 years old. That the reason he had the piece, the broken, I mean, all the scars in his hand is if they didn't listen, that they will make him hold pieces of glass in their hands like this on their knees, right? If they didn't want to fight, and then that they want to give him like a little bit of beans and a little bit of rice, and they were always hungry. He was telling me that sometimes during those wars that they will call a ceasefire when because they could be fighting, shooting each other, the guerrilla warfare that was happening over there, and where they were firing a javelina will get killed. So they will call it a ceasefire. They will cook out the javelin, and both sides that were fighting would eat the
They would split
javelin
it. They would split it.
because they were that hungry. So after the ceasefire, then they will go back to war. So he said he escaped. You know, he escaped. He was real hungry. So when we stopped in Corpus Christi, I said, "Hey, come with me." Man, I bought him all kinds of food. He was freaking eating and eating and eating, man. And so, what else do you like? He would point like at a pastry, got him the pastry, got him all kinds of drinks. He was eating and eating. And then I gave him like another $60, man, after that. I wasn't going to need it where I was going, and I was going to basic training. So I gave him the money, and he was crying, dude, you know, and he told me thank you. And I said, this should help you to make it to where your destination is. And he asked me, "Is it okay to be here?" I said, "So long you stay out of trouble and you do what you came to do, if you're coming to get an education, get the education. If you're coming to work, there's plenty of jobs, but do the right thing, you know." And that was the last time I seen him. Then I went all the way to Fort Knox, and I continued with my basic training. But yeah, man, you should have seen the scars in his hands. So when I see somebody like that that is going through something, and they're sharing me their story. It was heartfelt because I could tell the pain, I could see the pain and the suffering went through. Compared to somebody like that guy that he's accepted the wrong that was happened to him, and instead of saying it's not okay what happened to me, he wants to continue the wrong that was done to him and try to take it on other people, or trying to make fun of people like me and cousin Jesse, and was that's not right. That's a difference between somebody that's a real victim to somebody that's confused that he was victimized, but he rather use what happened to him to make fun of other people, because I guess you could say he got used to it, right? I just wanted to share that story. So let's go back to Shapeshifter Skinwalker. Sorry we threw people off track, but I think it was something that we had to address here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. You know, we don't try to make fun of people, but we're just trying to say I understand that you went through some stuff, man. It's never too late to find Jesus Christ and change your ways, man.
Oh yeah, I believe in that, man. Look at me. I found him and I'm changing my ways. Hey, learn me. I'm a Vegeta fan, man. I like to be the villain for some reason. But yeah, man. I hope he finds the help he needs, man. What he needs to do is quit hanging out with them fools over there, man, because they're corrupting him even more. Praying to the corn god and whatnot.
You know, they're keeping him more confused than who how already is than what he already is. So let's go back to Shifted to Skinwalkers. Have you ever experienced a Shifted to Skinwalker, cousin Jesse?
No, cousin. My dealings are more with like shadow figures and I guess you could say werewolves. Cause
I'm thinking what your experience might have been that that's what they are. They're all affiliated. Shapeshifter, Skinwalker, shadow figures, hellhounds, aliens, Bigfoots, because they all surface up at once. When we talk about the Legion of the DDM, it's kind of like they all show up because it's a party, right? That's okay. There's a yeah, we got a if they had a headset or a mic, they'd be like, we got a Hispanic over here and coordinates so and so and so. He's praying over there, saying the Our Father. Let's go mess with them, and they come in numbers. So okay, I'm gonna take the manifestation of the what they call the dog man. I'm take the manifestation of the Bigfoot. Read your limit, Charlie. Okay, let's freak him out. Let's make some noises. Let's make some snout sounds to scare them to see if he leaves the area. Well, that's not working. Or hey, talk to him in Latin over there. Talking to you in Latin, and okay, that's not scaring him. He's still staying strong. He's maintaining his love foundation. Let's mimic his brother, his sisters, or his mother's voice. Maybe that'll scare him to send him away. Well, that's what they do. I'm just giving you an example of some of the things that they do. That they try to scare you away from the territory because that's where they reside. That's where they're at. Even though they're not here in the flesh, to them they live in that area, so they feel that that area of the territory still belongs to them. So they become territorial.
yeah, learn me. You remember what he said, right? When he was the bad guy, he said being a villain is like being a good photographer. You gotta pick the right moment. I don't think I've ever seen a skinwalker, cousin. And if I have, I probably didn't know it was a skinwalker. But I have seen a lot of black shadow figures, and I've seen werewolves. I've seen lechuzas, but never a shapeshifter skinwalker, man. Unless you know that cow that used to follow me up the highway when I lived out of town was a skinwalker. Because it would follow me while I was walking down the highway, making noises, man. And it would follow me from the roadside almost all the way to the ranch. And you know, every time that would happen, my spiritual senses would kick in, man. My all my hair would stand up when it was following me down the roadway.
Okay. I do have a picture. I did have an encounter with a shapeshifter skinwalker in Elms Grove. Uh, two different occasions with a skinwalker shapeshifter. I have the story of that, and I had an encounter with a shapeshifter skinwalker female called the Deer Woman in Elms Grove. And before I share the stories, maybe I can share the stories. Uh, I would like to share some photos of the shifter skinwalkers that live in this area as they reside in Elms Grove, and of course I have some other figures here in Temple, Texas, that are, I believe, shifter skinwalkers. So let me look for this photo so I can share them with y'all.
You know what, man? You remember I told you about that dog in 2019 that I thought it was a skinwalker because it didn't really look like a dog. It was odd shaped and the face was not truly a dog's face. And it would only come around during the middle of the night, man. I was feeding it pizza and chicken and burgers and whatnot, man.
Okay, here's one that a shifter skinwalker that I encountered in here in Temple, Texas. So let me share this out real quick. This one here is from Temple, Texas. I could hear something moving to my right, and I could sense my senses got triggered. My hair stood up. As you can see, my eyes are looking to the right, and because I'm sensing the the energy that's beside me is like a magnetic energy, and I know there's something beside me, like inches away from me. So I've angled the camera to look to that direction to see how we can capture it on camera, and that's what I capture right here.
Wow.
Tell me which one looks better so I can freeze it on it, cousin.
Cause I see red eyes right there, man.
You tell me which one you want me to stop it on, and I'll stop it.
Yeah. Right there, you can see both of his arms.
Uh,
There's
is
one.
the face is right here, and then it's wearing the hide on his head, which is
Well,
right
that's
here.
what I'm seeing is the head, the hide on his head is what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
Now I
that's the
see
hide.
it. Now I
But
see the head.
yeah, the face is right here. The head is right here.
Yep,
There's the eyes, the mouth, the nose, and that's the hide on top of his head.
yep, I see it now.
So this shapeshifter skinwalker was I captured it on camera here in Elms Grove. I mean, here in Temple, Texas. So I called it the DDN from Central Texas shapeshifter skinwalker. This short reel is on here on YouTube. It's on YouTube, and I got it on TikTok also under ApeCS895. Right here, TikTok, ApeCS895. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. You can see the face and the hide. I'm thinking that the hide might be of a wolf.
It is a wolf.
Let's see what the audience is saying here.
The chat hasn't moved since Lermy said that it was probably his favorite character.
Oh, is anybody here? I see 11 people. So, what do y'all think about this picture here of the Shapeshifter Skinwalker that I captured in here in Central Texas and in Temple, Texas? This was from Temple, Texas. They're out there, man. If I were to go there at nighttime, I'm going to capture the they're where they're in bigger form because I think they're even stronger at nighttime. Would you think that it's stronger at nighttime
Oh
because
yeah,
of
oh yeah.
so at nighttime they're a lot bigger than what I catch during the day. The reason I go to the day during the day is because the ultraviolet rays of the sun uh, captures their image because it breaks their cloak, their spiritual cloak. Even when they're trying to be sneaky, it breaks their cloak. You don't see this kind of captures from people at nighttime. The reason you don't see them at nighttime, even if they have night vision, is because they don't have a heat signature because they're in spirit. So let me go. Let me see. We
How you
got
doing, Juan? Welcome in.
how you doing, Wanabila? You've been missing a good show, man. We've been going at it for an hour and 26
In
minutes.
26 minutes.
So let me go to if anybody got any questions of this picture or the show reel, talk. Let me know something. If not, I'll continue with the next. Sister Brenda says, "I'm not sure you should go at night. They seem to be really bad at night. Yes, they're pretty bad and big at nighttime. I think this Shapeshifter Skinwalker is one of my best captures of the Shapeshifter Skinwalker. The one I seen tonight looked pretty good. Some people call it something else, the Yogladesh. That's what they call it, the Yogladesh. I seen one that looked like the Yogladesh. The one that the encounter had, kind of like this, the Yogladesh. Uh, he's like a hunchback, and he's got the hide on his head like this one, but he's got like a hunchback. In Spanish we call it jorobado. Uh, jorobado means like a hunchback. So the one I had over there, the encounter I had in Elms Grove, that's what I witnessed. It's pretty crazy because I can share the story with y'all if y'all want to hear it. But I think I might have shared it. I'm not sure. I think I have, but I'll share it real quick. It was one evening that my little chihuahua was barking. Something was coming towards the restroom window, always ripping the screen off there. So my chihuahua was always barking, and this evening the chihuahua was barking. I went outside to look what was going on. I found a red fox sitting in my yard looking at me. What was weird about it that the red fox had like a little yellow glare in the eyes. So I go up to the red fox. Settle down, rebel. So I went to the red fox and I'm like maybe 2 feet away from him, looking at it. He's looking at me. He just turns around and starts walking away from me. So as walking away from me, I start following the red fox. He goes around my neighbor's mobile home. When it went, I followed around the mobile home, around the fence. When I ran around the fence, it wasn't a fox anymore. I seen an old man. It was cold too. It was cold. It was an old man that was barefooted. You could see all the way up to his upper thighs. It looked like he was naked, and he was wearing a hide of an animal on his head. You could see the hide on his back, but you could see like the hunchback that he had. on his back, and he was walking barefooted. So I remember following it as I was following it. Went out the main gate, went out on the outskirts of Elms Grove. I'm following by the embark. As I'm following it, he turns a left along the fence line. So I'm seeing him as I catch up. He's already halfway down the fence, and I see him go behind a bush. And it's cold, and I said, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna try to see if he needs like a blanket or something, because I had a little tent that I could. No, I thought it was just a person that needed help, a homeless person, right? So I'm walking, and as I'm walking, getting close to the bush where he went, I see a Saint Bernard run behind another bush, from the bush he was at to another bush. So as I'm getting close to the bush where he went, then from the second bush, I see the Saint Bernard. It's not the Saint Bernard anymore. It's a bird fly. So by the time I get to the bush where he's supposed to be laying down or behind, there's nothing there. And there's the Saint Bernard is not behind the other bush either. So basically, I witnessed this. What I witnessed was a shapeshifter skinwalker that was in a manifestation of a fox. It manifested to look like a skinwalker, which he had the hide on his back. He was barefooted, almost almost naked, I would say, if it wouldn't be for the hide on his head. Then he manifested to turn into a Saint Bernard. From a Saint Bernard, he transformed or manifested to a bird, in which I believe all that was done in spirit, because that's what they do. So that's the encounter I had in Elms Grove.
Man, that's crazy, man.
So let me go on to another picture that I have of the shapeshifter skinwalker. Any questions? Anybody? Anybody? Questions? Questions? And tomorrow night we'll be having open mic night for those that would like to jump on and share any encounters or stories. Let me see if I can find the other one, cousin.
All right, cousin. Nah, man. That's kind of messed up, man. That it did all those transformations, man, and that you were able to actually tell it was the same energy that it was transforming into all these different vessels, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was the same one. It was transforming. So here's another one that I captured. This one is from Elms Grove. Okay, and I captured this one during the day also.
Oh wow, Wendigo.
There's all kinds of activity in this photo.
Oh, there really is.
Tell me which one to pause on, cousin. I'm gonna let it run. You tell me which one is the best one that makes it stand out the most, and I'll pause it on it.
That one's pretty good, man.
That one,
Yeah, because you can see the one on the bottom. You can see the eyes, the nose, the jaw, the two hands, and
and
then
it's got the little. It looks like a either a fox or the head of a. The hide is right here on top of it.
yep.
You can see it. It's like a either a fox,
And then
but
up
it
on top, you can see the face of what looks like a native man up on top, looking toward the left side of the screen right there. Yeah, that right there. And then there's
yeah.
another one beside that one, and yeah, there's one there right there where you're pointing. And you can see all of them right there with that filter right there, man.
I'll leave that one up. But here's a The Shapeshifter Skinwalker right here. Besides all
Yep.
the other things that are there, he's wearing the hide on his head. It looks. I don't know if it's a. What do you think this is? A fox
Yeah, there could be a fox or a wolf.
or a wolf? That's the head of the fox or the wolf, or a coyote maybe.
Could be a coyote. They're tricksters.
But here's the face of the Skinwalker.
Yep.
So let me go back to you, cousin. Or leave it on that screen right there, and that was captured in Elms Grove Estates.
What's up,
Who-
Jason H? Welcome in, man.
Jason, how you doing, Jason? Are you related to Jason Voorhees? No, how you doing, Jason? That one right there, it resides in Elms Grove, in that area where if you enter that area and you enter the path and you're in the path, you're gonna hear movement around you. You hear footsteps like something's running around you. You can hear the branches cracking and the leaves cracking. So you're like, I wonder if that's real. So you get down on your knees and I make a movement, no movement, and then you're gonna hear it where it's running around circles around you. You're gonna hear the running, the footsteps. Sometimes that one right here runs right to you on the path and stop right there in front of you because you hear it where it's the footsteps. Sometimes you might hear a growl, uh, and but you feel its presence. But it always stops by the edge of the wood line.
So, what do y'all think about that picture, ladies and gentlemen? Can y'all see it? Can y'all see everything that's in that picture? With that filter, it's hard not to see everything that's there. Let's see, one, let's see, two, three, maybe four things in that picture. And that thing's got a big old head. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, try to answer all your questions. Very good capture there, Laramie. I think that worthy of a short reel if it isn't already.
It is a show reel. This one.
Cool, cool.
I mean, I could do a closer show reel, but then it would eliminate everything else in the
Yeah,
picture.
yeah, exactly.
So let's push so you can see the different filters. That's the original picture right there.
Okay, you can barely see it right there.
Yeah,
Oh, these damn allergies, cousin. Oh,
that's the original picture of it, and it's blending in very well. You could say maybe it's created out of the Mother Nature itself. All right, let me stop sharing that one. Thank you, Learning.
am I the only one that doesn't know that Beyond the Box name is Brenda? Wow. I shall not forget from now on, Miss Brenda.
All right, let me see. Share something else, and I'll share a couple of stories after this. Let me go find another photo. Oh, I know which one, because you can tell it's a shapeshifter skinwalker on this one because he's got the necklace around his neck.
Welcome in, little brother. How you doing? How was your day, baby brother?
There you go. Okay, let me share it. This one's in shapeshifter form.
Oh no, Gilbert. Don't be talking to beyond the box.
There you
No,
go.
man. Wow, look at that thing, man.
He's wearing a necklace or amulet around his neck.
Yeah, I see it.
I'll pause it where it shows the amulet.
I see a white spot on his nose as well.
There you go. There's the amulet that's around his neck. Is that a pretty good one right there?
That's a good one.
So here you go. It's in beastly form or the manifestation, but it's got an amulet around his neck. This is like years, no cousin,
Mm-hmm.
because I have another show reel of the same thing, but it looks like a native, and the thing that's recognizable of it is this amulet.
Yeah, Lerman, I think that's a troll next to it. A green troll.
So let me catching up to the comments.
Yeah, that looks like a green troll, Lernie. At least that's what it looks like to me. Got a big old nose and the mouth is open. Got a big old chin or some kind of hair.
This one.
Yep, that looks like a big troll.
See, is there any other different feel
Hey
to it?
man, if that's a troll, that could be corn on the cob. I kill myself.
All right. So you see it there where it's in its beastly form. Now I'm going to show you the same thing, but what seems to be a native form. Okay, let me go to find that. Wow, what's going on with this? What are you seeing on the screen, cousin?
Just me and you.
Can you see the whole thing?
You know, I can
Like,
see me, you, and the chat.
yeah, but do you see where it says spiritual encrypted encounters?
No.
It just looks black right now.
Yep. I mean, there's like a little yellow thing of it over me, but that's about it. You don't see the letters, spiritual encrypted encounter.
Wow, it's acting weird. That looks pretty cool right there, actually. But why is it black?
I have no clue. Tech support. There it is. There it is, cousin.
And now you can see spiritual encrypted encounters on there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know how before he was hiding,
Yep.
you could actually read the letters on there.
Hello, Evie Ramirez. How you doing, prima?
All right,
Hello,
let's go back.
Juanita. How you doing?
And we're almost gonna hit the 2 hour marker, cuz.
Yep, yep.
So I'm gonna share a story with you about the deer woman that I encountered in Elms Grove. Uh, it was one evening where the the creek arrows in
Hello.
during the day,
Come in.
and it washed all the mobile homes. The mobile homes and vehicles were underwater, or because where I lived was up in a hill, and everybody lived lower than me, so their house went underwater. The mobile homes went underwater. The cars went underwater. So my friend Dave told me if I could watch his home, uh, because he had to go stay at a motel because, I mean, everything went underwater. So I seen the water reside, right? So me and my nephew were sitting in front of the mobile home. As we're sitting in front of the mobile home, we see like a dark shadow figure, a big bulto, pass by his vehicle, and we're like, "Did you see that?" And I said, "Yeah, I seen that." He said, "Look like." My nephew was like, "Look like a lot of people." I said, "No, I just see a big dark shadow." So I said, "Let's go check it out." So we ran downhill and we got to the mobile home, and we look at the vehicle. The vehicle was still locked. Then when we go check the doorknob on his house, it was locked. So the only thing that was there was another mobile. It was the end of the mobile home and another mobile home, which were back to back. And there's like a maybe like a 12-foot gap in between, which is dark. So as I start walking towards the darkness, out of the darkness, this beautiful, what seemed to be native woman came from the darkness, and she's got a smile on her face, and she's got this shirt that looks like a deer print, And I'm looking at her, but she's very pretty, right? And she's looking at me, and I ask her a question. I ask her, "What are you doing here? Are you looking for Brother Dave?" And she says, "If I could give her a ride." That's what she tells me. And she's got she's probably like 5 foot, like 5'1", you know, or 4'9", duende size, and she's looking at me, and she's got a smile looking at me. If I could give her a ride, and I told her no, a vehicle is not working. So then she goes and tells my nephew if he could give her a ride, and he said,
Welcome in,
"Man,
Dave.
I don't even know who you are." And he said, "I wouldn't give you a ride. I don't know who you are." That's what he told her. So then she starts walking up the street. As she's walking up the street, we notice something. We notice that her right leg is flapping, moving real fast like this. It's flapping, and I'm looking, but it's moving that fast like this, and I see a leg of a deer. And like, what the hell? I'm seeing the leg of a deer, and it's moving this fast. It's flapping, and he looks at me, my nephew, and he's like, "Do you see that, Unc?" I said, "Hell yeah!" But she's moving so fast that by the time we know it, she's already up the hill. So we take off running up the hill, and we get to the stop sign. We don't see her on the street, so we run all the way to the entrance. As you're running full speed to the entrance, We're not seeing her on the street. So when we get to the end of the by the stop sign, we see her in the highway already, and she's moving real fast. And by then, she's the manifestation that she has is not of the woman that we were seeing. The manifestation we were seeing was of what seemed to be a deer, or the manifestation of the leg of the deer. It looked different. It was taller, and it didn't look like the woman. And that's the encounter we had. Me and my nephew had there in Elms Grove. So this is like in 2000 and oh man, let me see, 2011 or 2010, somewhere around there. And I told my nephew, I don't know what it was. The only thing that I could think of was the deer print that she had on her shirt. So I, I got on the internet and I googled deer woman because of the deer print and a woman. And there's a story about the deer woman, which is a native spirit that has a ability to shapeshift into she's a shapeshifter skinwalker. And what she goes after is men that are uh, unfaithful to their wives, and that's what she attacks after men that are being unfaithful. So that's the story of the deer woman encounter I had in Elms Grove. Yes, she was very short. Yes, she just said those. You just said, "Can you give me a ride?" She asked me for a ride and my nephew for a ride. I don't know what other kind of ride she wanted, but I wasn't going to give her no ride. I don't know who she was, but she literally wanted a ride. What were you seeing? You would have seen the leg of a deer flapping up and down, cousin.
I would have freaked out and reached for my box cutter, man. That's just too much, man. That's too much, dude.
Well, I don't think she wanted something for me and my nephew. I believe she was looking for brother Dave because brother Dave was going through a divorce, and brother Dave had been unfaithful to his wife. So she knew exactly what she was doing there. I believe she was coming for him because the opening was that he was being unfaithful or cheating.
That's funny, Madeline.
Well, they say do not pay attention to the beauty, pay attention to the feet, because when you pay attention to the feet, you will see the beastly creature because it's going to have the feet of a creature. Brother Dave was a veteran also. I just don't know whatever happened to him. He was older than me. He's probably up there in age by now. Let me see. I got any other photos. How long we been on? Almost going for 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night, cousin. I'm struggling to stay awake.
Do you want me to share the other picture, Primo?
Go ahead, sir.
If I even got it, I don't think I got it because I haven't made a show reel out of it. Oh man,
You're just trying to see if they got a bigger middle toe, Dick Richards. That's what you're checking for, the bigger middle toe.
What the hell? Uh, let me see something real quick. Let me see if I can find the other picture that I wanted to share.
You know what they say? If a woman has a big middle toe, don't you, Madeline?
What the hell?
You don't know that either, Primo?
Big middle toe.
They say that when a woman's middle toe is bigger than her big toe, that means that she's gonna dominate her male partner. How you doing, Prophet Pre Music? Peace to you as well. Yeah, man. They say that when a woman has a bigger middle toe, that means that she's gonna dominate in the relationship. You already said peace, Prophet. We're not talking anything, any kind of noise, Prophet. We're peaceful right now. Do you have a bigger middle toe, Madeline, or is it duende size?
Yeah, I was trying to find that photo, cousin, but I can't find it.
Tia Sylvia has a big middle toe. That's right, Gilbert. And look what she does to Tia Rudy. Chop, chop.
What?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's large and in charge over there.
Oh, yeah. How you not gonna know if your middle toe is bigger than your big toe, Madeline? Even I know that my toe isn't. Hey, you gonna go check? You should know. You see your toe every day. I have a toe that I haven't seen for 2 years since they cut it off.
Oh man.
Mm. Yeah, she's gonna watch this show, man, and she's gonna laugh, man, or get mad because we're talking about her big toe, La Tia.
Is that should be tuning in, Primo?
Yeah, she tunes in. They know all about. She knows all about our shenanigans. Yeah, Gilbert, she don't play. Madeline says she got lechuza feet. How'd they go, Prim?
I think they're Rudy. Uncle Rudy has sent me a picture of supposedly a lechuza. Let me share it on the screen. Uh, he has sent it to me. I had took a picture of it. Wait up before I share it. Let me find it first. There she is.
How you doing, Ben YouTube, and welcome in, man. No, beyond the box, my vertigo is acting up. I'm trying not to trying not to fall to the sides.
Look, cause he sent me a picture of this.
Damn, she got chicken legs. What the what?
He sent me a picture of this, man. I said, Uncle Rudy, I think it's AI.
I don't know, man. She got chicken legs, man.
Well, like a lechusa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sent me this picture. I think it was on Lechusa Friday night that he sent me this picture.
Yeah, they both watch, man. Him and Cecilia. They sit there and watch.
So I'm sharing it to the viewers. All right, let me take it off.
You said that, not me, Duendita. All right, cousin, it's 2 hours. I'm gonna call it a night, man, because my vertigo is acting up here, man.
All right,
I'm
cousin.
about to I'm about to fall out this chair. I got all kinds of ailments now at this age, man. Getting old sucks, dude.
You feeling it?
Yeah, all I need is some weed. I'm just kidding, man. Bye, y'all. Y'all have a good night. May the Lord bless y'all while you sleep and protect y'all while you sleep and bless you in the morning and give you all your abundance. I'll see you all in the next one. Bye.
There you go, cousin Jesse. Getting old, calling it a night. Well, he is older than me, so he's not feeling too well. We started early. We started at 10. I figure, Mondays is always a slow night for us. So decided doing one at 10 to finish early. Yeah, cousin Jesse, if I can get 2 hours out of him, sometimes I'll get 3 hours, but he'll be too tired because he, does other works during the day, so he's tired. I think I have a picture I wanted to share with y'all. I just need to find it real quick. Okay, here we go. You know how earlier I was showing you the one that I captured with the necklace on his neck that was in shapeshifter form? Let me show him real quick again to you so you can know what I'm talking about. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Here we go. Here it is right here. He's got a necklace on his neck, right? But it's uh, in Skinwalker form, right? Or shapeshifter form. It's manifested to this beastly creature, and he's got a necklace around his neck. I will pause it so you can see the necklace in a moment. There you go. So there's the face, and there's a necklace, but it's in beastly form. But it's got an amulet, a necklace around his neck, which I believe this is a shapeshifter skinwalker. I want you to look for a minute because I'll send another photo to show you how it looks in native form. With the same necklace around his neck. Right there, you're seeing a what people might call a Bigfoot, or they might call it a dogman, whatever they call it. But it's got an amulet around his neck, right? An amulet. There it is, and it is looking. And to me, the necklace says it all because it's got a kind of like what I'm wearing around my neck right now, right? So he's wearing a necklace with seems to be like teeth or something, or canines of some sort around his neck. You can see the amulet. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to flip it on you. I'm going to show you a picture that I have of the same necklace, but in a different manifestation, because he totally doesn't look like that. He looks different. He looks like in native form, but with the same necklace. It's a different picture. So let me take this one off. Just remember the necklace. Let me go to the picture. Okay, here we go. Here's the photo. Here's a necklace. Same necklace. It looks a little bit different. It looks native here. And I got a close shot to the neck area. I believe there's other spirits around them. One here. Possibly another one here. And several spirits, but we're focused on the necklace. I want to show you that he's native. There you go. There's the necklace. The same necklace as the other. He looks different. He's not in the beastly form. I guess he's in the shape in the Skinwalker form. In the native form, but he's got the same necklace around his neck. Right here, 1, 2, 3. Looks different here. You can see his native. I'll leave that on for a little bit to see what y'all think, and I'll place him to the side so you can still see him. Yes, TikTok is a lot clearer. It's the same entity, but it looks different. This one, it looks like it's in native form, and the other one is in the beastly form. I just wanted to share this with y'all. The necklace around the neck, and that he looks native, compared to the other photo that's got the same necklace around his neck, but it looks beastly. Okay, I'll stop sharing this for right now. Yeah, that one was from Elms Grove Estates. Yeah, last night I was showing one where there was something behind me, and then you could see a face. So I was going through videos that I hadn't shared because I really didn't know what was in the video. So I started looking into it, and I sure one that caught my attention yesterday, but I'll have to look for it. It was a crazy video. So let me back out of here. See if I can find what I was sharing yesterday. It was in the archives. I was looking through the archives. Here's another one here. This one here is freaked out, man. Because I believe there's a shapeshifter skinwalker in beastly form, and there's a spirit of a trapped child in the picture. So let's share this one. I haven't shared this one in a while, so let me share it with you. There might be throughout the woods. I just don't didn't go check everywhere. But I believe a lot of the Tonka ones there were woodlanders. They live in the woods near the creeks and the lakes. So I'm more sure as bad as the creek rides, some people might have drowned in those woods. Yes, that's right, Dick Richards. So let me share this with y'all. Share this. See what y'all think about this photo that I'm fixing to share. There you go. Let's go from the beginning here. Here's the original picture. It's literally something standing right here. And back here seems to be the spirit of a little boy. So let's push play. Maybe that one's a good picture of it right there. I can leave it like that for a little bit. Go to y'all. That one is says a spirit of a little boy in the background. And I believe the shape the skinwalker that lives in those woods is right there. Since it's a shape the skinwalker is spirit, then it becomes territorial, right? It doesn't want to free spirits that are lost in the woods, like fragmented spirits or lost spirits. Uh, the skinwalker wants to keep them captive, so they don't want for somebody to go in there into the woods and try to help the spirit flee from the area. He wants to keep the spirit trapped. In which that's what I was doing when I went in there. I seen the spirit and went back into the woods, and I started praying if there was a spirit that was trapped there for the Heavenly Father to send the heavenly light and help the spirit of the little boy cross over. You know, if it was the spirit of a little boy. So the skinwalker shapeshifters with their spirit form, they didn't like that. That I was going into the environment where they had a a spirit that's captive. Whether the little boy died in an accident or drowned or whatever the case might be, they didn't like it when I went in there to help the spirit of the little boy. Uh, I'll show you where the little boy is one more time. Here's the spirit of the little boy. Either little boy or little girl, one of the two, right here on the ground. But here it is. There's the face. It's got a freaked out nose. I believe this one here is what they called the one. the one is created out of Mother Nature itself. He has the ability to manifest and change into any form uh, using Mother Nature. So here it is. Doesn't want me to go this way to where the boy is to assist the boy. But I still did. I went back after I viewed the footage and I went to go pray for the spirit of the little boy to try to help out the spirit cross over. Okay. Good night, cousin Gilbert. I'm going to stop sharing that one. Let me see if I can get to the one I was sharing yesterday. If I can find it. But I'm just going to go with the flow of things and just go frame by frame, see what I find for y'all. Get back out of here. Let's go to the beginning of the first pictures of Elms Grove from the video where I got a lot of footage out of there because there was a lot of activity that day. I'm going to show you this video. This is an old video where a black shadow passes in front of me. This is in the path in Elms Grove. There you go. I got it on slow mo. You'll be able to see it right here. There he goes. I'll pause it, go slow. Here it is. so we can see it better. I have another. Oh, no, there it goes. It moves pretty fast. It'll go from this ways to this ways. Right there it is. It moves pretty fast, brother and sisters. Right there it goes. It's hard to capture it because it's moving real fast. All right, let me get out of here. Let me see if I can find another photo for y'all before call it a night here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Tomorrow we'll have open mic night for those who would like to join and share a story or share an experience. You're more than welcome to join. We will be dropping the link. See what else I can find here for y'all. One more. See what this one is. Here's one, DDN, just standing behind me. It's right here. It's right behind me. So I'll just push play so we can. I got different filters in there where you can see it. Standing right there. There's the eyes. There's the mouth. Yeah, cousin Jesse dropped the sleepy spell on me, man. I started feeling sleepy now. Let's see what photo I can share another photo with y'all. You go look. Oh, who was talking about Wendigos earlier? This is from Elms Grove, and it's pretty creepy. This one here. This is from Elms Grove, and it's creepy also. Let me share it with you. Oh, oops. Tell me what y'all think about this photo. You can see it standing right there beside me. Uh, in all actuality, it looks like it's wearing the old Calf Scouts uniform from back in the day when the Scouts, those pants look like the Scouts used to wear. The U.S. Cavalry Scouts. If you look at the pants, they look like the what the U.S. Cavalry soldiers used to wear. So it's the little short reel. I'll try to pause it where it's close up. I pause it right there. Tell me what you think about that photo right there. Yeah, like a soldier. It looks like the soldier that when they used to be in the horse regiments with the cab and the trumpets and all that. That's how that one looks like. Maybe Kefka turned into a what do you call it? Lycanthrope, shapeshifter skinwalker, converted. Because you can see the pants look like what the scouts used to wear back in the days when they were in horse regiments. And then you see something there in a beastly manifestation. Dick Richard said, "That's ridiculous. Looks like the head of the fallen angels from the They Live movie." We got Andres Carizales says, "Okay, the hell is with the head? Is it wearing big skull, glowing green eyes?" Uh, it's got me in the picture, man. So this picture is from Elm Grove Estates. There you go. A bush play. I'll show you the original. There we go. There it is. Down here on the ground is a pallet. Is me with my Pink Floyd shirt on. Got my amulet around my neck. And there he is. The reason I'm angling the camera that way because I heard footsteps coming from there. Like something was walking towards me. And guess what? My instincts and intuition was right. There was definitely something there, and here it is. I aimed the camera that way because I was hearing footsteps coming towards me, but when I looked, I couldn't see nothing. So started record. I was started recording, and I was able to capture that image. This one was taken when I went back, probably like around 2021, or maybe even closer than that, 23. I'm saying like around 23 when I went back because I got another one with a different shirt on. So I know it's probably like 2 years ago when I took this picture because I got a Pink Floyd shirt on. So yeah, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. How you doing, brother Kevin Murphy? Yeah, it's in uniform. In that area, I will find horseshoes in the woods. Also, he said, it was the days of the natives and the cavalry when they were in the horse regiments. So all throughout Central Texas, you'll find horseshoes and you'll find arrowheads. Sometimes you'll find an arrowhead stuck on an arrow stuck on a tree. So I just wanted to share that. I have another photo of something like that too. That it looks like is wearing the black coat with the cavalry stuff on too, but it's in a different angle in a different part of the woods. So let's take a one more closer look at it. I just wanted to show that I'm in the picture. Let's take a close look at it. Here it is. And this kind of activity, you catch it all throughout Central Texas. Look at the feet. Those the feet look beastly. Okay. Yeah, I have another photo, but it's a little bit more distorted. Yeah. Uh, I believe it's the spirit of a Tonkawa because the Tonkawas used to work with the cavalry, and some of them would dress with cavalry pants and cavalry shirts, not like a soldier because they were their scouts, but so they wouldn't mistake them for the enemy. They would let them put on a shirt or maybe let them put on some pants, so they wouldn't mistake them for other natives. So I believe that's a spirit of a shapeshifter skinwalker. There was a scout for the U.S. cavalry. Now I'm talking about go. They would send them to looking for for people that were wanted. There were their scouts, their trackers. So they would give them the equipment to dress up like them, so they wouldn't mistake it for the enemy. His brother Kevin. That's right. They used them. They used the Tonkawas to track the Comanches, and they were cannibals. Uh, but you could hear the footsteps and everything that they when they're coming towards you. Uh, yeah, the DDN's energy is a lot different than that of a energy of a shapeshifter skinwalker. The energy of a DDN is a lot stronger magnetic wise because it's demonic of nature. So yeah, it's going to affect you a lot different. That's why you have to be uh, prayed up. But this one, you could hear them walking down those trails. I mean, they used to live in the woods, Woodlanders. So yeah, I used to capture a lot of crazy images that when I would look at it, I was like, man, what the hell is this? But yes, Tonka were cannibals, like Kevin Murphy said. You want to jump on Kevin Murphy? I'll drop a link so you can talk about the Tonkawas. Let's talk about the Tonkawas if you can jump on. There you go. I'll drop the link for your brother Kevin so you can tell him. Yeah, the Tonka ones, man. They were very evil people, very evil natives. They were tracked down the Comanches and the Apaches, and they were cannibalizing them. Back in the days, they wanted them dead or alive. Yes, yes, Sister Madeline. I'll drop a link there for you. There you go.
Hey guys,
There you go. How you
hey,
doing, brother?
how's everybody?
Uh, Alrighty. I want you to talk about the Tonkawas. I believe this is the spirit of a Tonkawa because they used to be with the U.S. cavalry when there were horse regiments,
Well, I
and
know.
there were trackers. There were track the if Comanche or an Apache or any native was wanted, there was your Tonka ones to track them because they're real good trackers. They were hunt. They were uh, they were more of meat eaters than anything, but at the same time they were cannibalistic. When they killed some of the natives, they would cannibalize them. Which I have a story about that, but maybe you can enlighten the
Well,
viewers
I
of
just I've
the
been
Tonka.
like our friend Josh and so many of you out there. I love history, and I especially love Native American history. And I remember reading uh, in the very beginning when I started my studies, the Tonkawa were there were two groups that were hated by other indigenous people in particular. One was the Tonkawas because of their cannibalism, and the before the
They were called
Comanche.
dirty Indians were a nickname. They were called dirty Indians because they were almost nude. They
I
would
didn't
hardly wear any clothes.
I didn't know that, but before the Comanche separated from the Shoshone and moved south, the Apache, Navajo, the Algonquin speaking peoples, and the various pueblos speaking peoples there, the Hopi and Zuni, they all hated these guys, and for good reason, as you said. And it's interesting when you start to cross reference, if you're really motivated to read about that stuff, you start seeing similar themes running together, and that's paramount. That and of course, and eventually, a lot of the natives stuck on the reservation and not feeling like men, much less warriors, they would fight their own people, other tribes. But those guys, the Tonkawa and the Pawnee, also were another one because of a very similar reason. And to hear that spoken, to have your academic research confirmed by people who on the know, who grew up in that environment, is always, of course, revealing and an affirmation of sorts. And I have some blood like half the country. I got a grandmother story, but I didn't grow up in the res like my grandmother did. But when I mentioned some of my pursuits to what a particular Crow woman that I met on my travels, she just leapt right out there with it. She said, "Yeah, everyone hated the Pawnee because of the Morning Star ceremony." And she went and described how that was something that they did as part of their own culture. They would capture a maiden from another tribe who was a virgin and cut her heart out. So that was something that in those days, even among people who were driven to being barbaric themselves, that was considered pretty much a no-no. And I thought about that when I thought about the Tonkawa, because that was the only other group I could think of that was so universally hated by other indigenous groups, particularly in the early and mid times when there was still a lot of the natives still believed they had a chance to push back the federal government before they realized just how many there were, coming from just kept coming and coming like stars in the sky, as I said. But yeah, I'm sorry to mean to run off in soliloquy, but yeah, get me started about talking about stuff that I'm passionate about, and yeah, you'll look for the off button as quick as you can. But yeah, that's what I know about it, and that's just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. But that's interesting. I wonder if I think it's a good call, Abe, and I'm sure you would trust your gut on that one.
Oh yeah, but you see the pants. I recognize the pants. Those pants that he's wearing. They look like the U.S. cavalry pants were back in the day when they were beyond the horse regiments. They had a certain color of pants. But you see the pants. They would
Yeah.
keep them wearing certain clothes, even though they didn't wear clothes, hardly any clothes, so they wouldn't confuse them for other natives. They were their scouts. But I heard a story where they had captured a Comanche. The Tonkawas, they captured a Comanche with a cap soldier. They were that's what their mission was. They captured the Comanche, and the U.S. cap soldier went looking for him. I think his last name might have been Smith, but I can't
Hmm.
remember his first name. But it was a story I had read where he went looking for the Tonka ones, and when they found them, they were cannibalizing the Comanche,
Wow.
and it freaked them out. Like when he seen that they were cannibalizing them. That's how I know that they were cannibalistic. That they would, like you said, eat the hearts out of the
That
other
was
natives
that was the
because they were like
Pawnee that did that
they were
specifically,
like enemies,
but
enemies.
the
So
Tonkawa were, yeah, that was rooted in their culture for a long time before the federal government started to assert themselves. That was
so so what happened is the Comanches, the Apaches, and other natives got together and they came after them when they were here in Central Texas. They came for them and they started massacring them. They started killing all the Tonka ones. So the government, right, the governor from Texas intervened because they were work with them. So they intervened and stopped the massacre, but they lost a lot of Tonka ones. So they moved those Tonka ones that remained. They moved them to Oklahoma. They made some deal and they moved them to Oklahoma. So when they moved to Oklahoma, they started doing the same thing over there. They started cannibalizing, killing other natives and cannibalizing them. So the governor from over there said, "Oh hell no, we ain't going to have this here." So they moved them from there back to Texas. When they moved
wow.
them back to Texas, they came at him again, because the reason they were coming from, because a lot of people lost fathers, mothers, they've lost cousins, uh, other family members due to the cannibalization of the Tonka ones. So they started coming after them, killing them. So the governor intervened one more time. I think that if the numbers were correct, they sent like 240 of the remaining Tonka ones. They moved them to New Mexico and Arizona area. That was the last location they sent them to. Um, but what's weird about this is Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona have Shapeshifter Skinwalker activity, and Wendigo activity. And if you think about those four locations that Taco were, it makes sense why that activity will be there, because they were cannibalistic.
It's also complicated because at that time that they started to be used as scouts, there were so many other indigenous tribes being pushed who were being relocated from the East Coast, particularly not just the famous Cherokee Marcheteers, but all the indigenous groups, as so many of you already know. And that they were a lot of them were herded into Texas before they were pushed over to Oklahoma, which complicated
Really.
that intricate mosaic even more. And everything became so volatile, at that time.
And then in Salado, Texas, they found the oldest gravesite or grave. What do you call it? The oldest native. Uh,
Mound,
when they dig in the ground and
the mounds,
well, not mounds. The oldest
the excavation.
excavational site
Yeah.
of natives, of the oldest natives, was
Oh, wow.
found in Salado, Texas, which is
Interesting.
central Texas,
Interesting.
and which it would make sense of all the activity that's here. There's a lot of activity in
Well,
central Texas.
how many times have we heard stories, of the Augmen and other um, what people are calling cryptids around those burial sites? I mean, it's a common theme. It really is, and there's the multiplicity of opinions as to why that is, but it can't be denied that it's just too common for. I never believed in coincidence anyway, but certainly not when you have so many uh, themes running at breakneck parallel pace, to the same location. That's yeah, absolutely, and it's
Yeah,
fascinating.
I would see all this activity while I was in the military. I was in a station in Fort Hood from 1991 all the
Wow,
way to 99.
talking
So
about a place that has a history. Hmm.
I spent a lot of years in the cab to know what's out there in the land, because
Wow.
as a tanker, I trained day and night out in the woods. So I know what's out there, especially having the spiritual gift of seeing. So I would see a lot of things. I just wouldn't tell nobody about it because I didn't want people to freak out what I was seeing.
I was listening to a native brother talk on one of the shows. I don't remember which one it was. It might have been Vic's podcast. I don't remember, but I remember the conviction in his voice, and he was talking about how for a while when they were still holding out hope that they could push back this invasion, their the initial skinwalkers were actually not evil per se. That was what he said. Now, and maybe conflicting opinions among indigenous people, but he was saying, they were not strictly evil at the time. That didn't come till later. They actually made a point of creating mischief among the federal troops, especially at night. It was interesting. I don't know whether he heard that from a family member or he didn't get into any depth about the origin of his information, but I remember how passionate he felt about it. And I thought that was interesting to hear all the skinwalkers and Wendigo. The mystical aspects of the indigenous brothers and sisters has never ceased to amaze me. And in the world we're in now, where it literally seems like Pandora's box has not only been opened but emptied out in the entire planet. I've never thought I'd live to see a time when there was so much occult and metaphysical and demonic activity occurring. You know, it's it's like we turn on a channel to a movie and we're in it. We're in the cast, and it's just and it's there's no sign of the credits coming anytime soon. It's still right in the middle of the feature. Just one guy's opinion.
They're out there, man. Trust me. I was a tanker and I was sleeping in the woods at nighttime, and I would see this shadow figures. I would see this dark energies. There was one that was created out of ritual sacrifice. When the Tonka ones were getting massacred, right, by the other natives, they would form a circle by holding hands. As they would hold the hands, the head of the household, which was a father, will come and cut everybody's wrist of the family members, including his. So when they died, there was saying a ritual, basically cursing the land. So this is what would happen when they would die, when they would bleed out in the form of a circle.
Wow.
So when the sun would rise, then out of the center of the circle, from the bleeding blood of the sacrifice, the one would rise, which was a dark energy, or should I say, like a dark spirit, considered to be kind of like a demigod, that it could manifest itself out of Mother Nature itself, out of its surroundings. So there's another one you have to worry about, is the one that will rise up from the center of the bloodshed, which was kind of like a demigod or demonic entity that will come and for vengeance. So I believe in a lot of locations where there's car accidents and people die in those locations is because those entities, those dark shadow figures called the One, are there, and they're still doing what their mission of what uh, they were called upon to do.
Huh.
So the basically the circle and the blood that's spilled is kind of like an open portal. This probably still remains open till this day because nobody closed it, right? A portal of blood sacrifice.
That's been something that I've heard from a lot of different circles, whether it's European occult magicians who don't know how to close up these things, or a more indigenous origin to the ritual. This I think it's a I think that's one of the reasons the world is in the shape it's in right now, is a massive abuse of ritual magic. And I think I mentioned this on the show the other night. Um, I know it was not very long, but I think I mentioned it was the English version of the Roswell incident. As many of you know, it was called the Rendlesham Forest incident, and that we had a base over in England, for those who don't know, and military base. And when a vehicle was seen hovering low, some guys are sent out to investigate, and they worked up the courage to get close. And it was a relatively small vehicle, like a 1 or 2 man craft. And one of the guys worked up the courage to put his hand on it, at which point a series of numbers came into his head. And he says, "I'm not a genius or photographic memory. I couldn't get these numbers out of my head till I went to a place and recorded them down." But the point is that after the dust settled in this, and they were, of course, told not to speak of this incident. Years later, when it came out and it was okay to talk about it, they had a kind of celebratory meeting at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C. And the two guys that had been there and some of the other people that were involved peripherally in that incident, and one of which was a woman who lived in the adjacent territory to that where that ship had landed. And she said that for years afterward, she has seen both English and American military personnel in ritual robes enacting magical rites in the field. And this is a woman who's got no agenda. She just grew up there. Family probably had that property for generations there in England, and that was, I think, a very telling. I mean, when you know that the government, we're the military, are always trying to get a leg up on the other guys, but to what point will they go to? Will anyone go to do that? And to roll those occult dice, so to speak, is I don't know, man. I think it's self-explanatory. Uh,
Yeah, I think I have an image of something like that of something that I captured, and there was one night that seemed to be like somebody in a cloak or wearing a robe.
you
Uh,
know,
I
sorry.
would just have to look for it.
When
Go
I
ahead,
was
brother.
living with that woman I told you about, it was the medium. Uh, all the biblical, all the people I know that worked at the Bible as a main, have always discouraged the use of reliance on mediums. And I was raised a Catholic, and my mother never really talked much about that stuff, although she would never missed a day of Mass in her life. Was raised in an orphanage by Irish nuns, so my indoctrination, my catechism was pretty self-explanatory. But this woman was someone who talked about Christ all the time, and when I mentioned her, when she spoke about her gift, candidly, needless to say, it piqued my interest because I was, like so many, a seeker of truth, and I had studied, magic in just a very superficial way from books in the library when I was a kid, nothing serious. Um, but I was aware of some of the big people like Aleister Crowley and people like that. And I studied a lot of different things, that were in a way running parallel to my initial Christian background, at least in terms of the idea being sound spiritually to want to find a creator, connect with creator, etc. Anyway, when I was living with this medium and I saw her manifest, oh wow, there you go. I saw these gargoyles and dogmen before I could where what I would call the werewolves at that time manifest, and some of the first things that she did when she first went into trance. But could you explain this a little bit? This did you put that up, Abe, or is that Madeline? Did you put that
Yes,
up?
yes, I put that up. But there it is. It's cloaked up, standing right here, right by the edge of the wool line, all in black.
Wow. Yeah, Madeline, you
Uh,
make a great point too when you say these are guardians of those
there
spirits.
you
That's
go.
it.
You see the
Yeah,
cloak,
yeah, yeah. Sure.
it's the face. What's weird about that? It looks like it's got an upside down cross right in the face.
Oh man, I gotta get my
Looks like
glasses
an
from
upside
that
down
also.
cross right here. But there's the cloak. It's dressed all in black. And when I was there, I was seeing an image in my head of somebody all in black right there beside me. So I was just like, it was that one, and I could feel another one up in front of the path, and I was hearing movement where somebody was running there. I could hear somebody running in the wood line. So I grabbed a piece of two by four that was on the ground because I didn't know it was a wild animal that was going to charge me or what. But here's the image of it. Let's see if we can get a closer look. Uh, what's going on here?
Wow, Dick, I see what you said to Madeline Chap about that dogman filling up portals. I'd like to revisit that comment in a minute. That's fascinating,
There you go.
Abe. That's amazing.
There's a closer look at it, so you can see the face and everything, and it seems like it has like a upside down cross right here, man, on the right in the mouth.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But there's the eyes, there's the hood, and it's dressed all in black. I don't know if you see the upside down cross that it's got right here.
I can. Well, I must confess, I don't see a lot of things in photographs that other people seem to see, but I'm getting on in years, I'm afraid. But yeah, that one's more clear for sure.
And put it to the side for right now. I
You
just
know,
leave it there.
um, Malin and Dick Richards just raised an interesting point. That reminds me because it might have been the same conversation that I was alluding to with this indigenous guy in Vic Cundiff's show. Hey, same guy but different story because he's been on the show several times. And I can't. Maybe it was a different guy, but the point is that this guy was going to the was leaving the res with his dad. It was about midnight, and he was going to another reservation not far from there in Canada, and they saw these big orbs over top of the car that was moving along with the car. And just as he pointed out to his father, a dogman stepped out of one of them, right in front of the truck as it was moving by. And of course, that's not the first time they've been associated together. When I first kind of fell down this rabbit hole years ago, the Sasquatch, what I was heard associated with, and there was an argument in the cryptid community at that time that are they physical, are they spiritual? Well, if you think about it, everything has its origin in spirit. If we acknowledge Christ and our Heavenly Father at all, we have to. The rest is kind of goes with that. So it's a matter of semantics, just words. But yeah, fascinating, fascinating. When I lived with that medium, I lived there for a good long while, and at one point she said to me, Kevin, you're not going to grow spiritually just observing phenomena. The only reason I did that was because you shared that prescient dream where your friend came to you in your dream and he was dead and you didn't know it. So that's that kind of, and the fact that your own sincerity and your pursuit of spirituality. That's why I did this, because this is not something to fool with. It's not something to be done for money. And if you want to grow spiritually, just observing phenomena is not it. You have to work at it like you do your guitar, chess, kung fu. And I said, well, how do I do that? I'm not exactly Mother Teresa. I don't go to hospitals and read to the blind. I mean, I like to think I'm a good person. I know, but, and before I could finish, she said, well, learn how to pray deeply, learn how to meditate. And then she went in the back of the room and she came out with a book that led me into another chapter of my life, which where I learned how to meditate, how to lower my heart and respiration. And in that quiet place, I really understood what it meant when it said, be still and know that I am. So, uh, but it was through her I experienced quite a bit. And the only reason I never freaked out when I saw these things manifest in our own living room was because she would say such deep prayers before she started every session, always evoking Christ. But anyway, I didn't intend to really get into that tonight.
Go ahead, brother.
Came as a result of everything else we're speaking of. But we live in amazing times. I mean, I just really I was listening to a guy, a filmmaker named Chris Garetano that I think many, if not most of you, are already familiar with. And I saw him on
Yes.
Josh's show a few months ago, maybe a little longer. And I remember him saying, you know, uh, and I think he's in his early 40s. He said this wasn't happening like this, years ago. This is like a relatively recent. And I think he's right. I think that this has always been a theme in our world, as long as there's been good and evil, but this has really been ratcheted up due to the shenanigans of, as I said, would be occultists and, you know, wizards, people just. And there's another story, and also I got from Vic's show years ago. And the guy that was in a blind who had one of his first dogma experience, his brother was at another blind and they were talking through their cell phones. And he had a big scare, and the dogman came right up to the blind. But the short version of this is that the thing turned around and walked away. And when he was leaving the blind to go meet up with his brother, they finally connected. That's right. And as they're walking back to their car, they saw a guy walking up the glade with what looked like a tin can with a flame in it, and he was wearing a hood and a robe. He said, "Man, that freaked me out more than seeing the dog man," and rightfully so. And as Madeline said, anything to get a leg up in the competition is right. It reminds me of that cartoon Fantasia where Mickey Mouse gets a magic wand and all of a sudden he starts to command the elements and he gets himself in a big mess. Only it ain't no cartoon. Yeah, people. I don't think the average person knows, and those of us that do, especially who have a strong faith, we're in an almost dubious position of trying to share what we feel, our conviction with our fellow man. But I don't want to be the architect of fear with my friends. I have a lot of friends, most of whom have no idea that dog men. I mean, they live in sheltered lives. They don't live in areas. Now, I came across it before I fell in this rabbit hole. I came across it peripherally because of playing music all my life. I was in areas, often in the rural areas, where people were experiencing these things firsthand. But I didn't give it the attention that I have in recent years. But now I don't know what to say to people that I want to share knowledge with. It's like bringing up UFOs to hardcore Christians. It's like, well, wait a minute, I don't want to mess up anyone's paradigm or make anyone feel uncomfortable, nor do I want to get a debate. I don't want to argue. I have no contentious. And I don't thrive on contention. I don't have to be right. One of the virtues of passing years. The passion of youth gives way to some extent, some semblance of wisdom, where you just really see the futility of argument, and yet the truth must out. And how do you convey the innermost workings of your heart and your own experience when you want to enlighten somebody, or maybe not enlighten, just like help them know what's going on, at the risk of frightening them. Like, gosh, so I go to the park now with my kids and I got to be afraid. I mean, I don't want to be the architect of that, and yet people need to be aware of what is going on. You're right, Mal, and some people are willfully ignorant. I have some pretty. We all have some pretty cool friends and some friends that are not so cool. But the times we're in now demand. It reminds me of that old. I think it was a
Here's
prison.
another image I caught in the woods. I don't know,
Wow.
you can make that out.
Well, I
You
can
know when
certainly
people,
see something. It looks like ears at the top there. If I'm seeing what you're seeing.
yeah. Here's the head.
Yeah, clearly.
You know when people talk about the goat man and stuff like that. Well, that's freaked out right there. It's just I will capture a lot of things out there. It's just a random photo. I don't think I've ever shared this photo with anybody. So I'm just sharing
Well, it looks like two
that
distinct,
these
two,
things
two
are out
different
there, and
images, Abe. Is it?
yeah, it looks like one here
Yeah,
and one here,
yeah.
and they kind of like the doing the same thing, but it's they're out there in the woods. They cause manipulation on your equipment because they have like a cause
Well,
magnetic disturbance, but you can see how they look. It looks kind of crazy.
Abe, and this is directed at everyone out there as well. How many times have we heard about people's electronic equipment failing where in the presence of these creatures? It's really it's makes a statement all its own. And I believe that they have the ability to weaken batteries, and you hear flashlights going out in caves. I mean, so many different stories come to mind. I have to admit, the last 3 years, I've played music professionally for 40 plus years. And since COVID, I've been less active for a couple of reasons. But as a result, I've had more time to invest in things like this. Um, and it's been enlightening to say the least. And there's a lot of people out there with a lot to share and a lot to say. It's incredible. Really, it really is incredible.
Yeah, it's like this one. I've never really shared it with anybody. I have the picture up on Spiritual Equipment. I never really shared it like this in detail how it looks, but I've gotten rid of a lot of other photos that I used to have that were very detailed. Like you could literally see what was in the image without no obstruction, but it looked literally demonic. That I didn't want to take my phone with me to the house because whatever I captured on camera was there. So I would get rid of the phone because it was that scary, right? The way it looked with the teeth. There were some that had like 2 or 3 rows of teeth, shark teeth, with their mouth open, looking at me. You could see their eyes, their face, how they looked. But I got rid of them because I didn't want it to. I didn't feel it was right for me to take it home where my son was and my nephews and nieces were. So I got rid of the whole phone, just launched it into the woods. It would stay in the woods. But yeah, I was always running into things like this, spiritually following my spirit, in which, all these things are in the woods because the natives used to be there.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the Tonka ones and other natives.
You know, uh, I've had a
I'll take
tendency
that
to
one
have
off.
what most people call prescient dreams off and on from since I was about 20. I never know what the form they're going to come in. but they're usually the kind where I wake up with goosebumps. And when you share something that's really special, you have to be careful who you share it with. Like many of you, we all worry about being ridiculed but the potential for ridicule or ostracization when we're sharing something that seems to be, outside the norm. And when I started having those kind of dreams, they were clearly messages. But I had before, but about 12 years ago, right before I came back to California, I had a couple of dreams one night that were so, and I know everyone's talking about vampires. I've watched so many of Josh's shows for that, and there's a lot of shows that, but he's had, I think, is drawing from the widest palette, so to speak, and it has some the feel of authenticity to consistency to his shows. And to make a long story not too much longer, I had a dream one night that I was looking at. I guess you would imagine like two rows of people posing for a high school portrait kind of thing. Only they were freaking vampires. And I woke up absolutely I usually wake up with these what I call those special message dreams, goosebumps. I'm feeling really good, but this was not that. I woke up, I was really shaken. And the few people I'd shared the other dreams with, I was afraid to share this one with, lest it cast doubt or some kind of metaphysical aspersion on the things I had shared that were positive nature. And just when I was beginning to doubt myself, I had another dream about a week later. Same cast, male and female vampires, and they were almost elegantly dressed like the way you would in a Anne Rice novel. But there was nothing elegant about the vibe that I was feeling. It was such malevolence, and I just wanted you. We want you to know we're real. I was quite shaken when I woke up, but I didn't know anything about. I was not looking at podcasts. I'm a guy that lived for 30 years without TV. All I did was play music and listen to music, and I kept that cushion, that world around me, so keep everything else out here, and it served me well, and it kept me in a positive state, most of the time. But because we all know what TV can do when we're not able to, for whatever reason, filter out just so much of a programming nature, all puns aside. But so I didn't even, have access to that kind of stuff, and this is long before I started listening to podcasts. So it really rattled me, and I brought it up when I was on your show the first time, I think, and I brought it up with Josh too. And this is well before he had the interview with a werewolf. Um, no, I don't believe they are either, Madeline. I mean, some dreams. I believe some of my dreams are just dreams. That just why would that happen in a forest with a car? It's like, yeah, that makes, well, that's a dream. But some of them are clearly messages, and no question about it. And Freud did a whole study, he started called Jung, and I like Jung's attitude better because with Freud everything was sex, and Jung went a little deeper than that in terms of our spiritual origins and the messages that dreams can portend for us, and how they link us together with our spiritual origins potentially. Yeah, I I'll stop there. Just
There's a lot of activity in the spirit like this one. They
explain
can
that picture,
manifest.
would you,
They
Dave?
can manifest to look like something. Yeah, that's a huge one, actually, right there. That's
Wow,
from Elms Grove.
that guy looks
It's,
7 feet tall.
well, no, it's way taller than that, actually. That was just a picture, but I do got the short. Let me see.
Where was that taken, Abe?
That picture that was taken in Elms Grove.
You
I'm
know,
gonna. I
you've
have
had
the
a,
video, brother. I have the
you,
video.
you've had a lot of experiences in that area, haven't you?
Yeah, I was fighting spiritually for my life there because the Tonka ones and the Shapeshifter Skinwalkers that were manifesting and appearing, coming messing with me at my house.
I remember that seeing seeing when I first saw you was in that episode about the haunted. I think it was called "These Woods Are
This
Haunted."
was for haunted. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I saw that before I ever saw any of Josh or Vic's shows. You were the
This was
first person that I
this
ever.
was for haunted season 3, episode 2. I think I have a video of it. Of I think the video I shared it. I need to look for it. Of its true height. Let me see if I got it here at all.
I want to say hi to Sailor Nemesis, who I met the first time I was on Josh's show. I think. Uh,
Let me look for this. I'm gonna go look for the photo for the video. Once I find it, I'll share it with you so you can see how truly tall it is. That it's way taller than 7 foot.
well, it's
Let
kind of
me.
hard for me to get context.
Yeah,
From
yeah,
this,
that is because it's cropped
but it
there.
sure was big.
Yeah. Let me get out of here. Let me go search for the video.
Hey, Sailor, how are you? Hope all is well with you in your world.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the video right now of how truly tall it is. You know what? I think I have it on my phone.
Okay.
Let me send it to me. Let me go get it. Yeah, I'm
Madeline,
thinking about going back one day and to do another investigation over there in Elms Grove, but I don't know if I want to go by myself.
I wish I was down there, man. I mean, I'm up in California. If things were a little more fluid for me financially, I would just get on down there with you. I'd go with you, man. And I mean that. You know, I'm an intrepid spirit, if nothing else, as anyone that knows me would affirm.
I know I created a short reel of this video. Uh, I created a short reel and I can't find it in here. Let me go to TikTok. I think I got it on TikTok.
Yes, Madeline. Thanks to channels like this, indeed.
And I fought spiritually, brother. I was getting physically attacked, spiritually attacked. When people say that this they can attack you physically, they're wrong. They can manifest enough energy to shove you off a cliff.
Oh
They know
yeah,
when to strike. Basically, they
yeah,
use their energy tactfully.
right.
They shoved me off a bridge, and I landed in a dish. Almost broke my leg.
Plus, I think they can use the elements to create
Yes,
things so that make you so fearful that you trip and stumble, and any one of a number of catastrophes can occur due to that influence. Oh, you do? I live down here at Sailor Neves. I'm in Orange County, man. I came back here to try and get one of my stories adapted to film. With I can't afford to live in California, man. But here I am, hanging out with my fingernails, and don't want to hijack the show, but yeah, and you in the north or south, Sailor? It's definitely like two different countries, Northern and Southern California. Yeah, I'm living in what do they call it? Leisure World. I don't know what the name for it is now, but I'm gonna get a T-shirt that says "Oh, how the mighty have fallen and can't get up." Oh, Kern County. Yeah, well, I come from humble origins, sailor. My mom was raised in an orphanage, and my dad grew up in the res. Was what we used to call a half breed. I was working at 14. I only came back out here because of the aspirations I had to get my stories adapted to film. And I had a friend who was very successful. He's the big dark skinned black guy in the underworld films who plays a werewolf. He was a
The
bouncer.
big, the
Yeah,
big
that
guy.
you can't miss him. He's got that voice. He could recite the phone book and get people worked up. He was a bouncer across the street from where my band had a residency in Washington D.C. for years, like 7.5, 8 years. And he'd come in the club when he got off, if he got off early. And in those days, we played till 1:32 in the morning, and sometimes we'd have after-hour jams. So all kinds of characters going in and out of there, mobsters and hitmen, musicians jamming late. And Kevin was, you couldn't miss him. He was huge, and then he started talking, ordering a drink. He had that voice. If you remember from the Underworld films, it doesn't even sound like a human being speaking. It's so deep. Yeah. Kevin, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I should. He said Gravius. When I asked him that, he said, well, if we were in France, but we're not. Anyway, his friends call him Grieve. His first name is Kevin. And he wrote the story that was those movies are adapted. There you are, man.
Here's the original height of it.
Thank you, man. That's pretty cool. In fact, I was going to call him, talk to him tonight, but he wasn't around, so here I am.
Look how tall it is, brother. It's way. That's
wow.
Like
I see that.
It's like
that gives you some scale.
It's like 15, 16 foot tall.
That's
somewhere around there.
Freaking incredible, man.
Look how tall it is.
Sure did battle him. Yeah, that's wow. He's like 2 or 3 times your height.
Yeah, he's got to be like 15, 16 foot tall, man. It's just huge. And there's not by himself. There's another one right here. Now that one right there will probably be like around, I would say like 9 foot. This one here, because if I were to back up to this tree, my height would be around right here. So maybe 10 foot, 11 foot, but he's way taller. I just wanted to show you that there's 2 of them. There he is.
Give you some scale there by virtue of your presence there for that. Hey, can I ask you a question, Abe?
Go ahead, brother.
I haven't been, I have not been tuned in lately, but has Josh not been running the show, or am I just getting there late, or what? I have not.
He's been running the show. He had a show tonight, I believe.
Okay. Yeah.
My understanding, he goes early.
Yeah.
It varies.
The time difference.
Sometimes he'll go live at 7, at 8, and 9. I think tonight he had open mic night.
Yeah, that's right. Monday was open. Yeah, I meant to do that, but only so many hours in the day, and my duties being what they are. But anyway, yeah, that's a great video, man. I'm glad you saved that.
I just sharing it with y'all, man. Yeah, I went through a lot there in Elm Grove. When they target your son, your family, and they come at you, and nobody's gonna understand what you're going through. So the only thing I've been taught by my godfathers, World War II vets, World War I vets, and my parents, never give up. And so it becomes spiritual warfare. When it's just something physical, you go into spiritual warfare, which you gotta face it with no fear.
Yeah, that's funny.
I just wanted to share that video. People are missing the PDN is standing right there. It's like 15, 60 feet tall.
Yeah, you're right about that, Jamie. Or Jaime, I'm not sure.
Yeah, me, I've just been relaxing, man. I've been, doctors trying to feed me medicines, and I've been Not that I haven't been feeling well. It's just the medicines they're giving me. It takes a lot out of me. Then I do the lives late at night, so that it just takes a lot out of me. So I got to get my rest during the day. Then I
Right.
show up doing my late night live feed. I mean, I was only going to do 2 hours. We're already at the 3 hour marker. I think I'm going to call it a night right now. I mean, we got 26 viewers.
Excuse me.
Six
Hey,
seconds.
thank you, Andres, for that information. Appreciate that. Um, yeah, Abe, I hear you. I just was noticing a sailor's comment. There seems to be something hanging heavily, oppressively in the air. I was at a Thanksgiving Day gathering not long ago, and I think the one before last year. And I remember just taking a chance with the people there. I had just met them, but I felt such a good vibe. I said, "Is it just me, or is there something that hanging over this world right now, like a specter?" And there was just silence in the room. And then this cow said to me, "Yeah, I know exactly." And then everyone started chiming in. It's not just me. So yeah, and I just want to address that to the sailor. We're all feeling something oppressive, something heavy. Um, I don't remember this much tension since uh, this the '60s. The late '60s. That's right. I'm old.
Yeah, I was born in the 60s.
I'll be
And
71 in October.
what's it? Yeah, I was in 60. I'm from 69.
One day at the
So
high school prom, next day you're watching your prostate like a hawk. I don't know where it goes, brother, but it doesn't stay around.
yeah, I've been trying to get motivated to start exercising, but I've been doing workouts again.
That's
Started doing
good.
workouts.
That's really
It
good.
just you know, uh, I
Keep.
want to do more, but I can only do as much as my body allows me to do. But I really need to get motivated, like
Well, I
the
think you're wise to do
army
that. I think.
mentality.
Pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're wise to do that because I think the one of the best ways we can combat this heavy existential this thing is by staying physically fit as we can, just to keep not to how much weight you can push. I mean, it's great to motivate yourself, but just to make sure you're doing something every day to move the blood, to keep active. And if you try and build up your wind, because the more fit we are physically, the more we can deal with psychologically. I just feel like there's a reason we have this marvelous machine, the body, and all the stuff that you've survived, Abe. You've seen what an incredible mechanism it is, but the way you come back. And so I applaud your efforts. I think it's so important, for all of us to try and fight that good
Yeah,
fight. You know,
sometimes it feels like some force is trying to stop me from doing the works
it
that I
is.
do.
It is.
It's trying to stop me because
Yeah.
I see
All of us.
sometimes on my live when I do the lives that I'm getting all kinds of interruptions. If something's trying to prevent me from talking about all this, but I'm going to continue to do the work. You know, I know the Heavenly Father's with me, so I'm not worried about what's coming up against me because when you have Jesus Christ with you, you don't have to worry about anything else. But I know I got to continue to do these works. It
I
just
have,
I'm not getting any younger. I'm seeing time by move pretty fast, faster than normal. So I do get a lot of glimpses of life. Like I don't know if life is going to finish faster or my time here on Earth is going to finish sooner. But I don't give it power. I type under the victim of Jesus Christ name. I'm not here. I'm here to do the works. So that's why I do these works. People ask me how come you do live every day. Well, it wasn't for Jesus Christ, I wouldn't be here speaking to y'all. I would have been gone back in 2004 when my life got taken away from me. But I got blessed to come back here for a reason. So I'm here for a reason. And for the people that are trying to stop me from doing the good works that I do, you're not going to stop me because I got blessed to come back to my vessel, to my body, and I'm going to continue to do the works that I do, whether people like it or not. Uh, and just show my appreciation to the Heavenly Father for being there for me when the enemy came at me to destroy me. I'm still here.
I think
Just
that the
doing
more
the work that I do.
the more good you potentially do, the greater you have to move through. It's almost like you're moving through quicksand at times. The power that tries to keep people from doing good and sharing good, we certainly the war between good and evil. I don't think has ever been more acute than it is right now as we speak.
So, of course, you got people that wish bad upon you and sorry. I'm not worried about these individuals because, like I think I answered a question that somebody said like 2 years ago. They asked me when I say that if I sent something to the sender, what do I mean by that? I said, well, what I mean by that is that I'm a Tim Love Foundation. I don't focus or dwell in any kind of negativity that anybody's trying to do to me because I'm a Tim Heavenly Love Foundation. So I'm a Tim Love Foundation. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, my protector, my avenger. He takes care of my enemies. So I have to worry about that. I can continue to keep on going forward. I don't accept any form of negativity. That's what these people don't understand. Some of these people, they're saying individuals come at me daily, but I'm still going to continue the works. They're not the only ones. I have unseen forces that come at me daily. But I'm still here doing the shows, trying to bring spiritual awareness to my brothers and sisters to awaken. It's within you to be able to overcome what's at hand. But in order for you to do that, you gotta you gotta have a heavenly love foundation and a relationship with Jesus Christ, because that's the only way we're going to be able to survive what's coming our way is through Jesus Christ. It's that simple. Anybody can look at anything in the past. You can bring anything that's been dug up or any hieroglyphics, anything of the past, which things did happen in the past. It's about the present. It's about overcoming whatever's coming our way through Jesus Christ. Of course, there's people that do want to look into the past, but the past is a past for a reason. It stopped. It stopped being whoever was in charge of the past. Something happened for them not to be in charge anymore, right? Something happened. That's why the past. Eventually, as time goes by, we're all going to be part of the past at one point in time. But I believe it's within us to ascend, but spiritually.
Abe,
Um, yes.
can I ask you a question? Can you do me a favor and do us all a favor and say a prayer for Law Morgan? This brother's hurting. We all are hurting. But and thanks, Dick, for
So let's pray for Brother Long Morgan or for anybody that's feeling alone or that they feel there's a time is short because uh, there's been things like that that's been happening to me, but I know it's a lie. So Heavenly Father, at this time I'd like to pray for all my brothers and sisters that are feeling a certain way, that they're seeing visions or their dreams are being infiltrated of loneliness or that the time is short here on the earth. We type under rebuke any unclean spirits that's causing this effect. We take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. And we place heavenly spiritual crosses on all of us from heaven to earth. Spiritual heavenly crosses on our houses, doors and windows, any passageway. We place a heavenly spiritual process. We take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name as we call upon the heavenly angels to a clean sweep of remedial foundation, mind, uh, and our household. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Now there's a lot of that going on. That's what I feel better right now just by praying. It's like whatever was on me lifted. I'm like, what? Awake now.
Well, they love to, pardon me, they love to work on our feelings. I mean, the energy, the evil, the powers that be, they love to work at our emotions, our feeling of separateness and loneliness and vulnerability. our separateness from our divine heritage and from each other, making us feel fearful, self-conscious, unworthy, and it's a lie. It's a lie. Yeah, we are inherited to the greatest power in the world through Christ and our Father.
Don't, the thing I can say is don't pay attention to the dreams that are being shown to you. Don't give it power. If Ty Banner became Jesus Christ's name, don't give it any kind of power. Put it to stay in your mind, rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name, because they're just trying to hold you down. I know they've been trying to target me spiritually like that, but I keep on rebuking it. No matter what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling, I rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name.
I like to testify. I have two friends who were musicians, hardcore addicts for like 20 years before they both fell on their knees and asked for Christ to come into their life. And I wasn't skeptical of Christ's power. I was skeptical about their sincerity. But these brothers have both been clean and sober, one for 32 years and the other for 40. And I know them both for much longer than that. And we know the power of Christ can do anything.
Yes, I've seen it.
Oh, I know you have,
I've seen
brother.
it.
I know. Barton got a lot better after you said that prayer. He was out of the hospital within 24 hours after he said that prayer that night.
Awesome.
He had cloud. He couldn't see. His vision was. I shouldn't probably divulge too many details of inappropriate, but I wanted to share that much because I asked you to pray for him that night, and he'd been in the hospital for 3 days at that point. Because I remember Josh saying I thought he'd gotten better, but he hadn't. But within 24 hours he was out. Yeah, because he told me. I talked to him. So yeah, that's there. You go right there. And thanks
Our
again for
prayer is very strong,
prayer.
brothers and sisters. I've been in a
Amen.
situation where I was in the woods and I was being attacked spiritually, and I never lost my faith, no matter how many were coming my way, trying to destroy me, trying to take me out of this earth. I'm gonna maintain my faith and my love in Jesus Christ. I would pray when I was going through something, and I would say, God, I pray to you. Why are you not helping me overcome the
Right.
unseen enemy? So what it was is that the answer was that I had a spiritual opening. The spiritual opening I had was unforgiveness. So once I forgave a certain individual in my past, things changed to my favor, in which I was able to overcome the enemy because they had no more jurisdiction over me. So I broke, I broke, uh, you could say, the negative tie they had on me. I severed it, and they couldn't come at me anymore. And the Heavenly Father blessed me with a spiritual gift discernment because forgiving is part of love. So if you have forgiving and there's love, then you'll have no more hatred. There's no anger, there's no vengeance, there's no
Right.
fear.
There's no room
There's
for
nothing.
it when you
So
have
then
a
you
heart
have no
full of
more
love. Yeah.
jurisdiction. And you grow spiritually.
Yeah. Yes, Sailor Nemesis. I totally agree about being stereotyped. Nobody wants to feel that way. Well, I'm really thankful that this show exists. And, uh, I wish I could be take part more often. I have to spend a certain amount of hours just keeping my little world intact. But I'm always grateful when I connect with people in the spirit.
Yeah, it's
You
just
know, it's,
sometimes I'm not saying that nobody has the wisdom and knowledge. It's just sometimes people are being deceived. They're being spiritually bonded by those unseen forces that they don't want them to wake up. They want them to be the same way. They don't want no change in them. So they keep on putting pressure on them because they get them
right.
to think a certain way, to be a certain way, but they don't want them to get out of the mentality. They don't want them to break free from that bondage. So, it's about looking yourself in the mirror and saying to yourself, if I have a spiritual opening, what is that spiritual opening? And sometimes you have to really look back into your past to find out what the spiritual opening, because somewhere in your life, something happened that left a spiritual opening, and you have to go and take authority over that spiritual opening, type on and rebuke it, and close that spiritual opening. Trust me, uh, I had to go through it when I was being spiritually attacked, and I found the spiritual opening. You know how I found the spiritual opening? Because I prayed to the Heavenly Father. Was when the enemy was forming in a shadow figure form. You know, it was going up the tree and he was laughing a certain way. I recognized the laugh, and I called my aunt and I say, "So and so still alive?" She said, "No, he passed away 2 years ago." So then I knew what I had to do was forgive him, and I did. And once I forgave him, all the things that were happening stopped. They ceased. They tried one final attempt, but it didn't work because I got spiritually blessed. So I was able to take authority over them in Jesus Christ's name. I under rebuke them, send them away. This will do the works that I do. I try to help the people, awaken people spiritually. So if you're hearing a voice in your head that's saying the brother C is lying to you, no, it's what you need to do. If you're hearing voices that I'm your enemy or something, is take authority of whatever. That's not you. That's something that's stopping you from trying to awaken spiritually. I'm just trying to do the good works here. So you can say I'm a messenger. So, if there is any negative energies like that affecting anybody, we tie bind and rebuke them in Jesus Christ. If anybody dabbles in any witchcraft, necromancy, tarot cards, or anything like that, we tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name because that's a spiritual opening. Things like that open up to other things. You have to be careful of what you're dealing with because it can affect you, as in it attaches itself to you and it holds you back from your blessings.
And right on, Dick. That's the enemy putting thoughts in your head. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dick Richards. Yeah. What times we're living in, to be real. Yeah, I wish I was down there, man. I would go with you in a minute. I would go with you in a minute, Abe, out to that place. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
just don't
might,
want
I
it.
would carry a gun with me,
Uh,
but I'm gonna go with
I
you,
just
man.
don't want nothing happening to nobody, man. I worry. I don't.
Don't go
Uh,
alone, man. Don't not
oh,
Mason. I'm
yeah,
into handle yourself, but
yeah. I know Jesus Christ is with me. Heavenly Father with me. But yeah, I think I've gotten enough evidence here to have here for that I've shown time and time again of the evidence of what's out there. I'll try to tell people you go investigate it, at least pray before. You have to pray during and pray after. For nothing to follow you or to attach itself to you. Because once it's on you, it's on you. And if you can't figure it out because you don't believe in Jesus Christ or believe in prayer, then the attachment's gonna stay on you. So you do something about it.
yeah, right ahead. You go right on, Dick. I'm sorry, read some of these comments, Abe. Yeah, everyone's on the same page here, for
You
real.
know.
I lived in Texas a number of times when I was playing music, Abe. I lived in Austin at Travis Lake, and I
Hmm.
lived 45th and Guadalupe at another time, and then I was in Houston in the Montrose area when I was playing with some guys from Gatemouth Brown's band, who was a famous blues musician, or not so famous, depending upon your opinion. Um, but yeah, I loved it at the time. I don't know what, like everything else, everything's gotten crowded and strange since then. But I always liked Texas. It's so different too. Everything is people think Texas is just this way or that way. There's a lot of variety to Texas. You know. not just geography. I mean, culturally, you know. Yeah, I look forward to coming down there again. Yeah, I want very much to do that. And I know Josh is down there too, and Dick's down there.
Yeah,
So many of us. I'm out here in this crazy place, for at least for now. Hey,
I've
Dick,
been
I just want
fighting
to.
spiritually all my life since I was a kid.
I'm sorry.
They're targeting me. I said since I was a kid, I've been fighting spiritually. I remember when I was a baby, they were trying to take me out where they couldn't find me. You know, I hear stories where they were leaving me laying on the bed and they couldn't find me. Next thing you know, they'd be looking for me for hours and then they find me underneath the mattress
Huh.
where, these unseen forces were trying to take me out of this world. But for some reason, I still breathing. And I remember having dreams of me not being suffocated and stuff like that. But God has
Wow.
me here for a reason. You know, if you're here for a reason, it's not about people taking us out. It's about the Heavenly Father. We just got a purpose for us here in life. He's going to continue to use us. That's what I do the lives. Like, yeah, I'm a married man. I could just focus on me and my family, leave it at that. But then to me, it's like, well, I'm not fulfilling my destiny, my purpose of why I'm here. I got blessed to be here, so I got to do God's work also. That's why I do the lives. I'm not trying to compete against anybody. I'm just doing my works that I do. This works I was doing on Positive Spiritualist without even being on YouTube. I was just doing it on my channel. They targeted my channel on YouTube. Then it's like, what do I do now? I already know the answer. Don't give up. So I created Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on YouTube, and here I am, speaking the word
Uh,
of the Heavenly Father.
Excuse me, Abe. Dick, I did not know. For some reason, I thought you were in Texas. Abe, how long have you had this channel up, man? I'm relative newcomer to this, as you can see.
This channel, oh man, it's been a couple of years. Couple of years. I'm thinking like around 3, 4 years, somewhere around there. I can't remember. It's been a while. I've been on there.
Yeah, I think the first of these of channels that I heard was Vix when I heard Josh on Vix, and then the rest just kind of fell like dominoes. Yeah, Dick, I thought you're in Texas, man. I don't know how I got that idea. You're in Canada. What part of Canada, bro? I played a gig up there years ago, but
I heard they got good bacon in Canada, man.
I saw a bear for the first time when I was up there. I was a kid. Scared the crap out of me. Yeah, you need to get out of that. Well, maybe you love Canada. I don't know. I have I've known a lot of people from Canada. I didn't have a problem with any of them. Yeah, Dick. I don't know how I got the idea. You're in Texas, man. That's quite a bit difference in geography there. Only about what 4,000 miles. But yeah, we. I wish there was some way we could. These shows that I hear on these the podcasts, the conventions, as it were. I know there's one coming up in Missouri, but I don't know. I just missed one in San Antonio a few months ago.
I think Brother Josh Turner should make another paranormal roundtable thing. He should have another convention. I personally think that he should have another one because people will show up. But he should have it there in Austin
Excuse me. I just saw.
with security. With security.
Uh huh.
So if somebody that's not that's coming in there trying to start problems, they get booted out. Or they're not allowed in. People that always harassing them. But I think he should have another convention. I would go to it. You have someone who has Apple security, Apple security, and there's somebody trying to cause problems, I'll boot them out. I'll get a couple of my brother in arms to go over there and we'll boot them out. I think that you should have another convention. Honestly, another pearl number, another conference. There we go. In spite of who's saying what, I believe that we all can get along. Although the people that are trying to make a difference, it doesn't matter if you're spiritual, it doesn't matter if you're into cryptids, if you're into aliens, to whatever you're into,
Right.
that we all can gather together, a meeting of the minds, and come up with something. Right? Come up with something that to
Yeah.
connect
A huge
the
meetup
dots.
would be great, as Sailor Nemesis suggested. Yeah, I know where Ontario is, Brother Dick. I was up there. In fact, that's where I was. I saw the bear. Of course, I was just barely, I think, 8, 9 years old, man. That was a long, long time ago. After electricity, before the internet. Anyway, yeah, that'd be great if we could have a big meetup. Um, win that lottery. I'm going to organize it myself. Fly everyone to one focal point. Yeah, I think the next one I know of was in Missouri. I think that's a Sasquatch oriented. I just had a long chat with Sibylla Irwin. As you guys probably know her from a variety of shows, not the least of which is her own. But I saw her the first time on Josh's show. A lovely person and very gifted illustrator. She did you guys see that thing she did of the wolf? That remember the brother, the truck driver who shot the dog man in the face, Joe Barger. She did the oh my god, I mean it's so professionally done. It's amazing, and he said it was 99% accurate. Anyone look at that thing? I showed it to my friend Deanne, and she said, and she's a relative newcomer to all of this, as so many of my friends are. And I think of their boy Murph has slipped off the beam talking about werewolves being real, but hey, guess what, fellows? um, but yeah,
You might never know. Maybe a vampire might show up to the conference, or a werewolf. You might never know. So long there's no huggable succubus in there, you'll be good to
right.
go.
It's all bets are off, man. Throw those dice up in the air. Who knows what's going to shake out, brother? Yeah, Madeline, that picture that she drew was unbelievable. I've always been in awe. I play guitar and I'm a writer. Some of the things I don't do well, I wouldn't bore you making a list of it. But illustration, like so many of us, I've always wished I could draw or paint, and it was just unbelievable. You guys, a lot of you probably already seen it.
But my grandmother used to keep garlic all throughout the house. Garlic
With,
and crosses.
I'm
Crosses
sorry,
on every
say
window.
that again, Abe. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Crosses and garlic all
Oh
throughout
yeah, yeah, yeah,
all
yeah.
throughout her house.
Well, remember
Pretty.
that scene I mentioned the other night from the movie? Oh God, what was the name of that damn film? Uh, Fright Night. You remember that when Ronnie
Yes,
McDowell
very
comes
like
up the stairs with the crucifix, and Chris Sarandon, Susan Sarandon's first husband's playing the vampire, and he grabs the crucifix and just melts it with his hand. He says, "You got to have faith for that to work on me." So yeah, yeah, you do. So lean into your faith, people. There's nothing more powerful than faith in Christ. He's the most powerful force on this world, and the only force that could dispel the darkness. The only one I know of. That in concert with our Heavenly Father, needless to say.
it's like I continue to do the show regardless of, I mean, whether there is vampires, whether there is werewolves, whether there is cult people. I still continue to do the show because I'm doing the good works. So I'm used to having a target on my back. It's been like that all my life, especially when the Heavenly Father has a mission for you, a purpose in life. So
Right?
you get targeted that way. So I'm used to it. I'm used to, studying the balance of spiritual warfare. That's why I'm trying to get arguments with nobody going back and forth, because uh, it's not good for you. It's not good for for your soul. It's not good for the heart. Uh, what's important is to maintain your love foundation to continue to do the works, the good works. I've had an encounter with possible Nosferatu when I was in Germany. Whatever it was, they knew everything about me. They knew my grandmother and grandfather that were deceased. Uh, I think in our hometown there was this place called Labor Camp where they had prisoners of war from World War II, and I think my grandmother, my grandfather worked in the prison camp. You know, I don't know if they were cooks, but I remember uh, the stories of this prison camp. Whatever is it that whatever I encountered in Germany when I went to Germany in 1989, which was in 1990 when I was there. Uh, whatever that was on the sidewalk. He was talking to me, a man in a long trench coat and hat. He knew everything about my grandmother, my grandfather. He knew my parents were. He knew all the names of my brother and sisters. And he was talking in a different accent, but he knew everything about us. I didn't know he was dealing with something demonic. I didn't know he was dealing with Nosferatu. But apparently he knew my grandmother and grandfather because he said that he knew them very well. And I'm like, how could it be? This is, but demons that go along the bloodline to see who they jump from generation to generation. So I didn't want to deal with it, so I just left it alone. Then later on, I did have where something was following me. Had a top hat and a cape when I was in Germany. Every every turn I took, he kept on following me and he was gaining ground on me. So I said, okay, I'm not afraid of it. I said, I'm going to face it. We're going to fight here. When he followed me for a good mile and a half, and he was gaining ground on me. The faster I was a long distance runner. I wasn't running for him. I was just walking fast, and he was catching up. So I made it around the building. There was like a creek, so I was waiting for him to come around so I could, wherever it was, right, to fight it. I was ready to fight, and he came out on the other block, the next block over, and he looked at me. He had a he had like a cape, black pants on, a top hat, and he went like this. Took his top hat, went down like this, and then turned around and walked away from me. It's kind of like he knew that I was going to fight it, that I was going to confront it, because I wasn't afraid of it. I was ready to fight it, so he didn't want to. It's kind of like he read my mind, so he didn't want to fight me, but he went like that with his head. And then some people showed up out of nowhere, so I started walking with them, just to get out of the area, and I was able to go back on course to go back to the village where I live. That happened in Germany. And I believe that could have been enough what I thought was following me. Was
Um,
talking to me with a certain accent. Said he knew my grandmother and my grandfather. Those strange events that would happen back home. Yeah.
I want to thank you again for your service, Abe. I'm going to take the time to get off, and I want to
All right,
wish
brother.
everybody uh, peace and and purpose, balance in their lives, love, and I wish for all of you the best and to have your spiritual connection be renewed as profoundly as possible in these times we're in. God bless you all, and thank you again, Abe, for everything and all the work that you're doing. And Dick, keep your
You're
third eye
welcome,
open
brother.
for your email, buddy. In fact, send me your email on your Facebook Messenger because us trying to connect there is like a it's been a comedy act. Anyway, God bless you all and good night.
Good
Thanks
night,
again.
brother. Well, there you go. We'll go from one thing to another here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. We talked about all kinds of things. If those that missed it at the beginning, I addressed a certain individual that has been saying stuff about me and cousin Jesse. So for about the first hour, you should check it out. You know, missed it. Watch the replay. The first hour, even though I say Shapeshifter Skinwalker was about a certain individual that we talked about. You should check it out. I would recommend as soon as this live goes, go check out the first hour of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. We really didn't have that many viewers, but we're addressing the issue of this individual. I would suggest check it out. He's known as many names. So I think Sister Madeline calls him something fairy. But yes, I addressed that individual tonight in the first hour of Spiritual Encounters. You're welcome, brother Dick Richards. But saying that, you want to call it night. Thank you all for those that tuned in. Rain, Sister Madeline, Dick Richards, Emilanese, Andres, Sir Nemesis, and Dick Richards, Wells, and Kevin. Everybody that's tuned in here tonight. Appreciate you, man. For those that are in the lobby, if there's the trolls or that mess with us, I'm just here to tell you, forgive me. Doesn't matter what you say, what you do to pick it. I'm still gonna maintain my love foundation and do the works that I do. It's saying that what y'all do. Where's I've got 4 hours here. I can keep on going. But I gotta rest it for tomorrow because tomorrow is open mic night where you have the floor. It's you can share whatever you want to share here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. So whoever wants to join mic night, open mic night is tomorrow. Tuesday night is open mic night, where you get the platform to be able to say whatever you want to say. I am hearing something now. Let me close some of this app. Maybe it's an app. I think I cleared it up. It might have been an app that was open or something, the sound, because I don't hear it no more. Sorry about that, Joe. Good night, brothers and sisters. God bless y'all. Have a good evening. If you want to watch the replay, check out the first hour, man. I would recommend to check out the first hour of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Yeah, I think I took care of it now. It was a video that was open. I couldn't hear it before, but I could hear it when Kevin left. There was a video, I believe, of the video of the tall dog man, or DDN. The video might have been on, so that's what I was. That's what the problem was that video. I should have paid more attention. Thank you, Sister Rain. Sorry about that, guys. I was having technical difficulties where my screen was going crazy. It's like it was just acting up big time, and I was trying to keep the chip from sinking so I wouldn't have to restart. So I was doing all kinds of things just to keep it running. I don't know if it was the internet, I don't know if it was a but definitely something crazy happening because I was Never had that many technical difficulties. Something kept on trying to boot me out. So I was looking at all this. Um, yeah, a lot of strange events were happening tonight. Yes, some prayers for Paranormal Roundtable, Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nella Turner. Uh, Prayers for you all to maintain the love foundation. Don't let the enemy sway you in. Maintain your love foundation and continue to do the good works that y'all doing. Uh, don't give the enemy power by looking into all the lies that they're saying. That's what they want you to do. They want to feed you negativity to affect you negatively, an indirect form of witchcraft. So I would suggest don't pay too much attention to what they're doing. Do the opposite. Ignore them and just continue to do the good works that y'all doing on Paranormal Roundtable. Uh, I'm gonna not give them any kind of attention anymore. I'm just gonna ignore them. You know, that's why I don't follow anything that they do. I don't follow them that way. I think that will be the best thing that could make PRT even stronger. It was just plain out ignore all the shenanigans, all the BS, all the lies. Just ignore it and continue to do the show that y'all doing. Be there in good spirits with the viewers that support Paranormal Roundtable. Be there for and take out the trash. You know, take out the trash and don't give them any kind of leverage or power in any kind of way just by ignoring them or uh, getting them out of the equation. That would be the best thing that y'all can do, just like I've been doing. You know, they try to surface up. I just ignore them. It's like the things that come out is ridiculous. You know, literally ridiculous. That I don't got time to be worried about anybody saying anything about me, especially when you know it's not true. You know, you can just continue to do the works that you do. Yeah, that war has been won a long time ago. Yeah, everybody done figured them out that they're really nobodies. They're really nobodies. You know, they try to bully their way into affecting people by trying to talk badly about them or whatever the case. You know, it's like whatever. I've heard worse when I was in the military, so they're just making fools out of themselves, right? So they should change their name to to whatever show that they have, the full show or something, because the stuff they come out with is just nonsense. In saying that, there you go. They got the you can pretend to be the Easter bunny, instead of they could have an Easter an Easter bunny during court season, and they can go pick up corns. Man, that's a good way to make money. Have somebody have a little Easter basket and collecting corn on the cobs. Hey, I'm just giving you an idea to make some money. Have a corn on the cob field, and pay people pay money to go, you know, into the cornfield and pick corn. You just got to be careful to inspect the corn. That you have an inspection table to inspect the corn to make sure the corn has not been messed with by a certain individual. We already know who that is. the individual that loves corn on the cob. Uh, you know, and we don't want no. And I would suggest put some pesticide in that field. We don't need no roaches crawling all over the corn. You see, Stephen Michael, the difference between me and you is you haven't been where I've been, man. You got females fighting the fight for you when me is just me. Good old Sarncius. You got females talking for you because you're putting them to talk for you, just like you put your mama to talk for you. I mean, golly, you put your mama to talk for to your ex. Uh, that you can't make your child support payment because you're feeling sick or whatever the case it is, and when you know it's a lie, be a man. Support your son, man. Stop the shenanigans. And you got this old ass lady. I think your mom is included too on this, right? These old ass ladies, they're beyond cougars because they're so old. Uh, that are they're guiding you. You know, they're guiding you. Or I don't know if they got control over you. I think they got control over you actually, of what I see, because you sure do what they tell you to do. If they tell you to jump, you're gonna jump. If they tell you to crawl, you're gonna crawl. If they're gonna tell you to bark, you're gonna bark. So they're literally in charge of you. Uh, Dana Ortega is one of them. I ain't gonna say she got you from the nuts. I'll just say she got you from the toe, or she got you with a corn on the cob. One of the two. Oh man, check out the first hour, guys, of the show that I did, because I'm addressing a certain individual, and it's not corn on the cob. A certain individual got addressed for about an hour. You want to say it was getting smoked? Go ahead, check it out. The first hour of tonight's show. Send me your address so I can send you a case of soap, man. Send you a bar of soap. You can take a shower. Yeah, she got them for La Panocha. No, that's right. Check out the first hour, y'all. Check out the first hour of the show. Let me finish it so y'all can check it out. Good night, everybody. God bless you. I love y'all, and good night. First hour of the Power Hour, we address a certain individual. Me and cousin Jesse. Check it out.